Kolkata to kindly take their seat on the dais. I request staff members and students to occupy the front seats. I request staff and students to occupy the front seats. Students from the back, occupy the central seats. I request occupy his seat on the dais. We have our eminent guest with us. We have online Professor Murray Woods and offline our keynote speakers, Dr. Dinesh Kumar Gupta and Professor Ram Prahlad ji. We start our program with prayers. I request the respected dais to pay tribute to Ma Saraswati by lighting a lamp. And then we have Saraswati Vandana. I request the dais to please light the lamp. Thank you. Respected dais, I request Dr. Renu Rathore, Dean Faculty of Science, to welcome our eminent speaker, Dr. Dinesh Kumar Gupta with PAG. I am really sorry. It is Dr. Dinesh Kumar Sharma, Professor, University of Maryland, Eastern Shore, USA. I request Dr. Ritu Tomar, Associate Dean, Faculty of Science, to welcome Dr. Dinesh Kumar Sharma. I request Dr. Kamal Singh ji to welcome our guest with PAG, Dr. Dinesh Kumar Sharma and Dr. Ram Prahlad Chaudhary with PAG.
I request Dr. Rajendra Singh Shaktawat sir to please welcome. Okay, I request Sangeeta madam to welcome sir with Uparna.
Welcome Dr. Ram Prahlad Chaudhary. Sangeeta ma'am is requested to welcome Dr. Ram Prahlad Chaudhary. I request Dr. Vivek Chaplot, sir, to welcome our guest with PAG. I request Dr. Rajni Arora ma'am to welcome our guest with gifts. We have with us our keynote speakers, Dr. Dinesh Kumar Sharma from Maryland Eastern Shore, USA, and Dr. Ram Prahlad Chaudhary from University of Calcutta, Kolkata. As a gesture of welcome online, I request Dr. Rajni Arora to welcome Professor Murray Lenz online. Sir, mic please.
Sir, good morning, sir. Muruvut, sir. This side, Dr. Rajni Arora, Director, Faculty of Management. On behalf of the whole Bhopal Nobles University family, I welcome you to the international conference. Good morning, sir. This side, Dr. Rajni Arora, welcoming you on behalf of Bhopal Nobles University for the international conference. The whole family of Bhopal Nobles University is welcoming you for the online, as an online delegate for our session. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Rajni ma'am. Thank you, everyone. Now we'll begin our session with the keynote speaking. I request the dais to kindly take their seats in front of the presentation. Thank you so much, everyone.
I request Dean Faculty of Science, Dr. Renu Rathore ma'am, and Kamal Singh ji from Pharmacy to please felicitate our sponsors from Get Infotech. Sir, please welcome. I request Dr. Ritu Tomar ma'am to join Renu ma'am for felicitating. Sir, thank you.
Thank you so much. I request Dr. Priyanka Shaktawat ma'am, Organizing Secretary of the conference, to welcome Mrs. Dinesh Kumar Sharma with shawl. We have with us as a blessing his mother also with us. I request Dr. Shubhi Thakur to do the honors. We start our session with keynote speaking, I bring to you a brief introduction of our speaker. We have with us a professor from Quantitative Methods and Computer Application from the Department of Business Management and Accounting from University of Maryland, Eastern Shore, USA. To add to his enriched academic accomplishments, he is MS Mathematics and in Computer Science. He is double PhD in Operation Research and in Management. He has benefited number of students for their PhD degrees and has served as an examiner for PhD theses in various universities in India. To further extend his academic achievement, his contribution includes articles, conferences, proceedings, edited books, papers, and the number account for these is around 270. His 3 books are in process of publishing right now. Not only this, he has collaborated on funding research grants and he is an editor in various journals. He is a member of Decision Science USA and a life member of Operational Research Society of India. Please welcome Dr. Dinesh Kumar Sharma, profound mathematician and IT expert.
I, with the permission of Professor Dinesh Kumar Sharma sir, can we, as Professor Murray is online and he wants to give his keynote address, can we start with him first? Yeah, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for this adjustment. And I request Professor Murray Woods, Director, Logical Analysis Private Limited, Canberra, Australia, to benefit us with his talks. Before this, let me put up a brief introduction of Professor Murray Woods. He is a Bachelor of Arts, a Master of Arts, and Doctor of Philosophy. After graduating, he lectured in marketing at the University of Newcastle and the University of Technology, Sydney. He created his own consulting company and for 30 years provided marketing services to majors in the IT industry, including IBM, HP, and Fujitsu. During this time, he developed and marketed executive programs on the reconstructing of service delivery by the traditional glasshouse IT function. To this day, the IBM Z series remains the platform of choice for most banks and insurance companies in the US, the EU, and the Asia Pacific. Given the close relationship with IBM, Dr. Woods started a training program in IBM mainframe technology in 2002. Over a period to 2022, these programs helped to address the shortage of mainframe skills in Australia for various organizations. Dr. Woods personally developed and delivered data analysis on mainframe as a unit in the degree. The unit introduced mainframe application developers to the use of AI algorithms for office automation, security, and fraud detection. He has independently investigated the potential application of edge computing and IBM Quantum for the analysis of precision agricultural data with specific reference to cotton cultivation in Australia. IBM Q remains a work in progress. Dr. Woods has been involved in various entrepreneurial startups through the development and implementation of marketing strategy. He represented a consortium from Gujarat and Rajasthan and opened marketing channels with spinning mills in Vietnam. He continues to provide market analysis for the trade in cotton by Australia and the US into China and India. I request Professor Murray Woods, Director, Logical Analysis Private Limited, Canberra, Australia, to benefit us with his talk. Sir.
Okay. Are you getting that? We're getting that, are you? Are you getting my screen? Are you getting my screen? So what you're seeing is the world IT overlap. Is that showing on your screen? Yes, there is, and I'm trying to show it to you. There you go. Are you getting that now? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Excellent. Well, I'm talking about the role of IT in sustainable agriculture. Now, my background from the Australian Graduate School of Management is my doctoral research in marketing. So I emphasize that it's a marketing perspective that I'm adopting in this presentation. Just please keep that in mind. Now, if I'm looking for a definition of sustainability, I go to the US Department of Agriculture or I go to the Quality Council of India. They're both talking about the same thing, and my background in terms of sustainable agriculture is in the cotton industry in Saurashtra, in India, and also in central Queensland. What is sustainability in agriculture? Well, both the Quality of India and the US Department of Agriculture refer to the reduction of water, the reduction of herbicide, and the reduction of fertilizer. It's those three things that are common across all sustainability definitions across the world. In Australia, it's the same. In the US, it's the same. In India now, it is the same. And good agricultural practice, that summarizes this sustainability in agriculture. Now, good agricultural practice comes from the US Department of Agriculture accreditation. This is a logo that the farmers are able to assign to their produce if they are practicing good agricultural practice. And that's referred to as, in India, it's referred to as IMD G.A.P. Now, that's a QCI accreditation, but people don't refer to it as INDGAP, they just refer to it as GAP. Now, if I'm referring to GAP, I mean it's an accreditation. And that accreditation is issued by the QCI or the USDA. Now, why is it important? Well, the EU market, the European Union market, which is the biggest in the world, will require proof of GAP, probably in about 5 years' time. And what they're requiring in GAP is evidence that the grower, in this case the cotton grower, has limited the use of finite resources, has eliminated harmful herbicidal and fertilizer residues, and has improved the social cost of production. Now that last one, improving the cost of social production, the important thing there is the reduction of the carbon footprint, but also traceability. They want to know where their cotton comes from. So when they're buying a textile in Europe, whether it's a sweater or a cotton t-shirt, they want to know that it comes from India, it comes from West Texas, it comes from southern Queensland. Now, that's going to roll out, regardless of whether the farmer is in Texas, in southern Queensland, or in Saurashtra. GAP leads to lower cost of production, and there's a win-win there. However, the cost of precision agriculture technology, which is involved in GAP, is a cost to the grower. GAP equals precision agriculture, and the point that I am making in this presentation is that precision agriculture equals IT. Now, I'm going to be looking at a certain area of precision agriculture, which is capturing the data, capturing the graphic images from the plant canopy of a cotton crop or any other crop. You can do this with fixed wing or drones. Now, the advantage of drones is that they can hover. The disadvantage of drones over fixed wing is that they have more limited flight time. It has been limited to 30 minutes in the air, but that is now changing. There are drones that will fly for slightly over 2 hours. The payload has been a problem in the past, only 5 kilos payload. It's now going to 10 to 12 kilos in payload. What that additional payload allows is for a choice of cameras. And it's the choice of cameras that is very important in terms of capturing the data. The simplest form of camera is RGB, red, green, blue. The next level is multispectral. The third level, in terms of complexity of the data that's being captured, is hyperspectral. Now, we're going to be looking at RGB and then briefly at multispectral, but we're going to focus on hyperspectral. RGB, as the name suggests, has 3 bands, and only 3 bands. So that if you've got a pixel in a picture and you break that picture down into RGB, red, green, blue, you can get the component values as a proportion of the whole pixel. So in this case, red equals 193, green equals 201, and blue equals 64, which means that the dominant feature in this particular pixel is green. Okay, now we look at it being applied to agriculture. And as you can see, this is a chili field, growing chilies in central Queensland in Australia. And the little plants, these little ones, they are the chili plants. The bigger plants that you see, they're weeds. And so this is weed identification in a chili plantation. Now, the second row down from the top, I think my pointer is on, you'll see that's a weed. There are 3 weed infestations in that row of chilies. And then further down, the third row from the bottom, you've got 3, 4 definite weeds, and on the next row down, you have 1 weed. Now, previously, if you were wanting to eliminate weeds, you would just spray the entire crop. With precision agriculture, with RGB camera images, what you're able to do is to identify exactly where the weeds are, and then with GPS locations and your weed, your herbicide spreader, you're able to pinpoint and spot spray those weeds. Now the problem with RGB is that it doesn't give a lot of information. It tells you, for example, if you look at the third row from the bottom, you've got a string of green weeds on the side of that row. Now, question is whether or not they are weeds or they're just grasses that are growing. Now, if they're weeds, then you need to spray the whole lot. But if they are simply grasses, you can ignore them. But you can't tell that from this camera. The RGB is not that definite. And so if you want to get more refined in terms of the imaging that you're picking up, you add in to the RGB 2 or 3 infrared bands. And that will give you far more detail over the crop. But it still is only two-dimensional. You don't get any height information. You don't get any depth of information. For that, you need to go to the hyperspectral camera. Now, all of a sudden, you've got access to 256 plus bands. It can go up to 1,000 bands. But in addition to that, you've got the X spatial axis, you've got the Y spatial axis, so you've got spatial, but you've also got spectral, and that's the depth. Now, you take a pixel out of that, and suddenly it's becoming very, very complex. The data you're picking up with hyperspectral cameras is very much more complex than your RGB or your multispectral camera. And this is where the research is at present, is how do we analyze this data? Well, the analysis of the RGB and the multispectral, just two-dimensional, which is fairly simple data compared to the hyperspectral, that can be analysed with K nearest neighbour, maximum likelihood, logistic regression, or support vector machine. Now the data that was captured in that chili field was analysed with support vector machine. The thing about SVM is that it is either there or it isn't. And so there's no fine detail, there are no grades leading up to it. And so therefore, you can't really detect early occurrences of diseases in the plants, of lack of moisture in the soil, and so on. To do that, you need to go to the neural network. Now, artificial neural networks, they're pretty much redundant, and you've got convolutional neural networks, autoencoder, decoder, stacked autoencoders, and there's a raft of other types of neural networks. But the one that I will focus on, for the purpose of demonstrating the problem in analysing the data from hyperspectral cameras, is convolutional neural network. Now, CNN, very simple CNN that we have sourced from Analytics Video, just to demonstrate the point. Analytics Video coming out of Mumbai. Very good diagram, very simple. This is a simple image, and think of it as RGB. Then what you're doing is you're taking a kernel from that image and you're putting it through a process called convolution. Now, convolution is just a mathematical term for reducing multiples to singular. And so it's taking multiple images or aspects or features of the image and reducing it to a single image. So it goes through that convolution, and then it goes into pooling, which brings it all together, and it goes through a second convolution. And so by the time you get to the last pooling, you've got pretty much the detail that you need about the image to make a statement about the probability of this image being Donald, which is 0.2, Goofy, which is only 0.1, or Tweety, which is 0.7. So you would say, well, okay, in terms of the probability, that image is likely to be Tweety. Now, that's a very, very simple image, nothing complex about it. But you go to hyperspectral, and all of a sudden, you're looking at a very large feature map. And it's because of the third dimension, the spatial dimension, plus the spectral dimensions. And the convolution is therefore very much more complex. There are more details to be considered. Likewise, the maximum pooling layer is more complex, and the convolutions coming out of that maximum pooling going into the next maximum pooling, yeah, the range of potential probabilities is much greater. Now, the thing about this graphic here is that the type of convolutional neural network is what we refer to as feed forward. So it's going forward without any testing of the weights that are assigned to each feature in the convolution. Now, the next stage in convolutional neural networks is for there to be a learning process on the way through. And so what you're doing is you're back propagating the possibility that the weights assigned to each feature going through the process can change. Now, this is a much more advanced form of CNN, and it's referred to as recurrent neural networks. Now, the research is ongoing, it's a work in progress, but that's the way it's going to be going into the future. Very much more complex neural network. Now, you look at that and you say, well, that's all very well, but it's a black box. Yeah, it's a black box, but what comes out of the end is a statement of probability. No one quite knows what happens in the black box. Transparency is an issue, and they're trying to resolve the transparency issue by having various gates on the way through. Now, how are you going to analyze this? You know, it's not going to be done on your laptop. It's not going to be done on your desktop. It's only really possible if you've got a very large computing power behind the algorithms. That's the algorithm, but what is going to be the level of computing power that you need to put this algorithm across the data? Well, you can't wait weeks. You can't wait more than a couple of days to get a report back on where the weeds are, because you want those weeds sprayed. Now, if you're going to take a month to do a CNN, let alone an RNN, you're going to take a month to do it, the farmer's going to say, well, don't worry, you know, it's too late. So we're looking for some significant grunt. And yeah, we've had a look at classical platforms. we've gone into quantum computing, and we're looking at a hybrid, classical computing, quantum computing. Now, the classical computing, you can't write that off, because in its own right, it's developing very, very quickly. So these classical chips are developing. NVIDIA, for example, in developing chips for gaming. But there is the possibility that when you go into recurrent neural networks, and there are more advanced models than RNN starting to emerge, that you might need something in the order of quantum computing. Or you might need a hybrid. You do part of the processing on the classical computing, and you hand it over to the quantum computing. And that's the hybrid. Now, the hybrid model is, first of all, developed by Matthias Klusch at Saarland University in Germany. And he had the idea, this is even before there were any quantum computers on the floor. There were no quantum computers around. He was doing this entirely conceptually and with simulations. In this diagram, what we see is the classical machine driving the quantum. And that is the model for the hybrid CCQC that has remained in the background ever since 2003. And so when people think about a hybrid, they think about starting off with the classical machine. It's got the database, it does the QPL bytecode, and it does the quantum addressing, as well as retrieving from the quantum the measurement results. Now, what then came along was in 2018 out of the Argonne National Laboratory in Lamont, Illinois, was a slightly different approach. It's saying you've got a classical computer in the background. Yeah, well, you know, not everyone's got a classical computer to play with, but conceptually, on a classical computer, you've got a quantum circuit being developed and then partitioned into quantum and classical. You go ahead with the classical and do whatever simulation you need on the classical, and you pick up the measurement from the output on the quantum. So the V1, V2, that gets uploaded to the cloud, and the quantum computer is in the cloud, sub-circuit descriptions and inputs, and then a measurement outcome. Now that is the way that it's changed, but go to 2022, and what we have is a whole lot of data preparation at the start, which is splitting the images into a training and a data set for testing. But it's going into the quantum convolutional layer, and that's done on the quantum machine. Now, once that's done on the quantum machine, it then gets handed over to the classical, and the classical does the subsequent convolutions, does the maximum pooling, and then does the dropout. And essentially, it ends up with the model. Now, that's the position that we're at in 2022, but I must tell you, I'm not a data scientist, I am a marketing person. I am still to get my head around this model. You know, I understand what Matthias was saying in 2003, I vaguely understand what is meant in 2018, but this one, I'm still trying to figure it out. Now, that's my position, and I'm quite honest with you, I don't fully understand this. Now, that raises some considerations, and this is not my quote, it's not a quote from me, it's a quote from a senior in one of the majors. It's questioning whether or not quantum computing is going to end up being some fantastic experiment consuming huge amounts of money and researchers. Now, that's a senior executive. Whether the development of QC algorithms will match our present understanding of data analytics, I don't understand the algorithms. I don't know how to work the algorithms in quantum. I understand how to work CNN, RNN in classical, but I don't understand how that's taken over in quantum. Whether or not there are going to be any skills available to bridge that CC-QC gap, that divide, whether or not they're ever going to be available, that's a real concern. I can't go to the market now and hire someone who's got quantum skills. Whether the cost of processing data on QC is commercially viable. I mean, I'm looking for a solution to take to the market. But regardless of the rapid turnaround time that's promised by a hybrid solution, I don't know whether the cost is going to be so great that it just rules it out. Whether I can actually get access to a quantum machine is another question. Is it going to be available for everyday purposes, such as precision agriculture, rather than what we see at present, it being applied to fairly esoteric molecular science, for example? And then lastly, whether or not the future development of CC chips by NVIDIA, for example, will change the entire AI landscape and make QC redundant for applications like precision agriculture. So they're the issues. And if you resolve those issues, I'd love to talk to you. Any questions?
Any questions?
So you'll have to come to this side. आ जाएगा? दिखेगा नहीं ना सर को नहीं दिखेगा.
I can hear you now. Yeah. Yes, sir.
आपको चिल्ला के वहाँ आवाज भेज देंगे तीसरे वीडियो पे हो जाती है.
Look, I think you're asking how many layers is possible. Look, they're limited to 2 layers. I mean, this is, yeah, I mean, but with hyperspectral, you might be going to 10 or 15 layers. And the more layers you have, the more computing power you need, and the longer the time it takes. So that's the reason why you would be looking at another platform apart from the classical platform, because of the number of layers that you want to include in your neural network. Yeah. You run into all those problems. I mean, this is really work in progress. Now, so far, when you're identifying, you know, the identification of weeds is fairly straightforward. And for most agricultural purposes, that's about the extent of it. Show me where the weeds are, give me a GPS location so that I can feed that into my herbicide spreader and do spot spraying. Now, what we're looking for, however, is the profile of the plant canopy. Is there any incidence of disease in the plant canopy? And for that, it probably needs to go beyond multispectral. It probably needs to go into the complexity of hyperspectral imaging. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I hope your address would have way to understand the new strategies and idea. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good. Thank you. It's very good. Do I stay in the conference? Would like to, yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Now may I invite our resource person, Dr. Dinesh Kumar Sharma, Professor, University of Maryland, Eastern Shore, USA. He is a professor of quantitative method and computer application in the Department of Business Management and Accounting at the University of Maryland, Eastern Shore, USA. He earned his MS in mathematics, MS in computer science, PhD in the operational research, and a second PhD in management. Professor Sharma has over 28 years of teaching experience and several committees to supervise PhD students, and also act as an external PhD thesis examiner for several universities in India. He has published over 225 referred journal articles and conference proceedings, and has also won 14 Best Paper Awards. So please welcome you, sir.
Good afternoon to all. So while they are putting my presentation, let me ask you, how many of you invest money in the stock market? Nobody? Okay. Hello? Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, thank you. So topic for my presentation is designing AI-based systems for stock market forecasting. So outline of my presentation, first is introduction, then review of literature, research methodology, and then we have used signal processing based artificial neural network system for stock market forecasting, then genetically tuned artificial neural network system for stock market forecasting, and then their results and findings, and at the end you will see conclusion, contributions and implications. So introduction is first is background. Then after that, we're talking about structure and components of decision support system, and then categories of decision support system. And then after that, we will come to decision support systems. In that, we have expert systems, artificial neural networks, fuzzy logic, and genetic algorithms. So in the background, all of you know, whenever we make decisions, it's not easy because there are several components involved in it. And then forecasting is not that easy. If we can forecast, we can make life easy for everybody, you know. So because of that problem, managers always in a need to have a system. So based on that system, they can make good decisions. So generally, we have three type systems: knowledge-based system, database systems, model-based systems, and these connected to graphical user interface, and then user can make the decisions. And this one was a decision support system we learned like in 80s. Then after that, we got refined by several people. So what do we need? We need input data, model, output, and then we need a user interface. We optimize and re-optimize the problems to make decisions. So that thing is very old. Now we have artificial or genetic algorithm-based systems. So what we have to do, we have to use some techniques. And you know that one technique is not perfect. Each technique has some kind of problems. Like we all not perfect. So what we do, we can fix these problems by using the techniques such as artificial neural networks, genetic algorithm, fuzzy logic, rule-based systems, and support vector machines. So in today's presentation, you will learn about artificial neural networks and genetic algorithms. Sometimes our student confused the words like you have learned about or heard about machine learning and deep learning and artificial neural networks. So I put a picture so that can make little sense to our students that artificial intelligence has several subsets like machine learning, then deep learning, and then neural network. This presentation was a little technical, but I was told that we're going to have students as well as faculty, so I tried to balance it out. And if anybody has some questions after the presentation, I can discuss, and we'll try to answer some questions. So, as you have seen earlier, that artificial neural network has some problem as well, because when you overtrain, that is problem, it can get paralyzed. So there is a limitation for artificial neural networks. So to fix that problem, we can integrate genetic algorithms, and genetic algorithms also have a problem. So to take the advantage or strength of artificial neural network and genetic algorithms, we combined both in our study. So what is the objective of the study? Is very basic, like whenever we do any study, what we do, first we do the literature review. We see what people have done in the past, and based on that, what was the loopholes, or what was the problem, then based on that, we try to improve it in the new study, otherwise we cannot publish the paper. You are recycling the same old thing. So in this study, we are designing two systems. The first one is signal processing based artificial neural networks. Signal processing, those are engineering people, they know more about it. That's their techniques. And this technique we use in any forecasting, especially when we're going to have snow, or when we're going to have, hot weather or things like that. So they use in that, and we try to integrate that technique in one of our study. Then the second one, we use genetically tuned artificial neural network. And then at the end, we have evaluated their performances using mean squared error and mean absolute percentage error. And then after that, we have compared their results. So financial forecasting, those are our core finance professor. They use ARIMA, exponential smoothing, regression, threshold, and the GARCH methods. I'm not talking about those because we are using intelligence techniques such as artificial neural network, genetic algorithm, and we combine them and made hybrid system. So here is just a review to show you the techniques we have. I'm not reading out to you, so you can look at. We have a traditional techniques, we have artificial intelligence techniques. In the artificial also, we have a supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and their name of the techniques. So whenever we do research, we need a good research methodology. Without that, we cannot do the research. And with the same concept, we divided our research. The first one is research methodology, then description of it, data description, system design, and development methodology. In our research methodology descriptions, it consists of problem definition. First we have to define the problem, then literature review, system analysis, system design, implementation, realization, system technique, and at the end, conclusion and recommendation. So those of you who are doing PhD, you may follow the same thing for your thesis as well. And then we need a data description. How do we processing the data? How do we collect things like that? So here is the little figure to summarize what I talked earlier, that we have 3 columns here. You can see the first one, this is the problem definition, go all the way down to conclusion and recommendation. So this is the second one. After that, what we do all these things in each of these topics, and then what was the outcomes. So you can see this figure. So once we have a model, to test our model, what we need the data. Without the data, we cannot see that our model is working or not. So what we did, we took data for Dow Jones Industrial Average, which we call Dow in the US, and the NASDAQ. So Dow has 30 companies, 30 biggest companies, and the NASDAQ, we took a NASDAQ has a QQQ, it has 100 companies, and we took 7 characteristics, or 7 things, or 7 features you can say, and those features are date, low, high, open, close, volume, and adjacent close for forecasting system. So those of you know a little bit about the stock market, you can see all these informations for the each stock. So the architecture of our first system, this is a signal processing based artificial neural network. What we do here, first we take historical data. Then these data are in the raw form. You can see with the figure. Same way the signal works. So we have to smooth out, and for smoothing we need some kind of filter. And the filter we are using is called Gaussian Z filter. Later on you can see more about that. So those filters, we do the normalization, and then after that we follow all these steps. And after following these steps, we divided the data in two sets, like 75% for training, 25% for testing, and some people they use 80-20 ratio, and based on that, we train the data, we test the data, and we get the results. Then we have this data is moving, is in the detail. Gaussian zero phase shift filter is called GZ filter. The Z, like in the US, they call for Z, here we call Z. So sometimes we're not used to for that. And you can see here, if the data is like this, it's smooth out. This is the process, how we use the ZZ filter process. And this is the data figure. Is a raw data you can see. We have to clean out and make it a clean. So we have this process, forward pass, backward pass, and at the end, you're going to see a clean data like that. And that we can use for our forecasting. So here is the same figure. We try to show a little better way. The next come is the basic neural network. How does it work? We need input layer, hidden layers, and the output layer. And in the stock market, in the input layer, we took open price, high price, low, and close price. Then we got a hidden layer, and then at the end, the output layer is predicted flight, and the predicted close price. Here is the algorithm. If you want to look at, first we have a start, the initialized weight for the index data, and we follow the same process. Input output pair. If it's no, we come direct here, and if it's yes, we have to follow all these steps. Then how do we implement the system? There is another figure. We have a signal processing stage. Historical data, data smoothing, then signal normalization, and signal segmentation. Then ANN training stage, ANN testing stage, and then at the end, we get final results. Is it too fast to you? See, I try to make it slide so everybody can understand, because I heard that we have some management students as well as some computer science. So those are computer science one, they know more about neural network and genetic algorithm. But in business students, we prefer more applications than technical things. So we try to make a little graphical user interface. We use the MATLAB, though this is not fantastic, but just to explain to you. See, those are engineering and computer science. They may use MATLAB, but in the business I have not heard. It's very expensive software. So after that, we have a new system based on this genetic algorithm. And genetic algorithm is good for optimizations. So if you are looking for a global solution, then GA is, you can say, one of the best method. And with the local solution, we don't get better results. You may have used like some programming language, linear programming, goal programming, and some others. So what we try, we use GA to fix the weights, because the weight is very important in the forecasting, and if we can put the correct weights in our forecasting, then we use the GA, when we use the artificial neural network, we get better results. So here is the basic GA cycle. Something got wrong. So these are the basic things, and for this evaluation part, we try to explain here. And then we combine GA and AAN together, and here we have the process. What we did, we took two types data, Dow 30 and NASDAQ 100, and we followed the same steps like we did earlier. For training, we got 80%, 20%, or 75, 25%, and then we did same way, like we use these two techniques to find, and you can see the results of implementation. Same way, we got the data processing stage, we got GA stage, we got ANN stage, and then we got final. See, this study is done by our team. We have 3 people. So one of them is core computer science faculty. Say, well, let's try to do some more. And he has used all those techniques in it. So this is just a framework. And with that framework, developed a online system. And for this online system, use the JavaScript and other programming languages, HTML and all that. And you will see a little this is just a screenshot. Because as a business major, we don't want to know what is the behind the scene. We need an application. We can just key in data and get the output. So we have to select all these informations, and based on these informations, we feed it. We can go next, or we can go back, or we can cancel it. Okay. So we get output, and after this output, we got the findings, and these findings, let me show you the figure so you can see a little better. So those red one is our predicted data, and the original data is a little bluish color. And this is for the second stock in the NASDAQ, same way. And we summarize the results in the tables. And the table you can see, if we took the low price, the NASDAQ accuracy is 97.6%. Dow accuracy is a little better, 97.9%. This is in decimal, so we have to convert in percentage. In the high is almost same, just little fraction of the difference. In all of them you can see. Then for accuracy, low, high, open, close, we try to put as a bar chart. Then at the end, we did the prediction. So if you can see, if we do the next day prediction, we getting a better results. If we go to the 30 days predictions, we're not getting better results. So short term is better, but long term is not possible to get as better results. And the stock market, you know, it fluctuates with little moves, and it can go up or it can go down within fraction of seconds. So we try to do the comparison for when we took the artificial neural network and when we integrated signal processing with it, and you can see we got the better results for both Dow and the NASDAQ. If you look at for genetically tuned artificial neural network, the AN results and this GANs we call the genetically tuned artificial neural network. So ANN we have more error compared to including GANN. Same thing for NASDAQ. When we did the partition, ANN we getting a more error compared to including genetic algorithm with ANN. Future prediction, we try same way like we did for previous study, and you can see the next day we getting the better results, then it's going down, 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 down. And it's more down for the NASDAQ, and the reason for the NASDAQ we have lot of tech companies. The tech companies they are very volatile. In the Dow, those are mature companies, so they don't fluctuate much. So this is the conclusion. Whatever we did, we just summarize here. I'm not reading for you. So please read it and let me drink water. And I'm sorry I'm keep drinking water because I'm on the medication and my throat is so dry, I cannot even speak. So this research contributes for financial forecasting, and we also extended for active portfolio management. With that part I did not explain to you because otherwise it's going to be a very long presentation. So once we select the stocks, let's say we got 20 stocks based on the prediction. Then out of those 20 stocks, how can you make a portfolio? What weights we can get? Like for example, you may have heard Google, IBM, Apple Computer, Tesla. These companies, if you see the past, their returns is very high. And if you look at the IBM, it's going down, or some other companies. So those are active investors or young investors. They have a time because they're not retiring soon, so they can take more risk but those people are close to retirement. They don't want to invest in risky companies. So that's why we give a more weight to those are mature companies and not volatile compared to those tech. So we can make active portfolio. Then let's go to next one. Okay. So based on that study, if we use the genetic algorithm with artificial neural network, we can get better results. And with that, if we also include some other techniques like fast Fourier transform, discrete wavelet transform, these are techniques you may have learned in the physics, but we are using here. And recently we published one paper using these techniques. And one more, the important one is adaptive neuro-fuzzy inference. So these techniques can also improve our results. And thank you for your attendance. And if you guys have any questions.
Any questions?
Nice presentation, thank you. So my question is about the smoothing. How do you decide your noise to signal ratio so that when you smooth, you don't lose your signal?
Hello? Is it on? In the stock market, sometimes we get the sudden jump. Jump like there is a war, stock will go down. It was like with the COVID, some stocks went down quickly. So we have to remove those sharp breaks in the stock market. I mean, not in stock market, any forecasting if you take, otherwise you cannot forecast. So, and that part is done by, this is a computer software in MATLAB. So those of you have used the MATLAB. So we programmed in such a way that it take it out, those sharp things, and smooth out. And further to work on that, we did the partitions. Like we did a study recently, we took pre-COVID data, during the COVID data, and then after the COVID. So we break it down like in 3 parts. And then we did the forecasting. Otherwise, you cannot forecast correct way if you just smooth out everything and you may not get desired results that you're looking for. Okay. Any other questions? See, I always ask my students, and when there is a silence, there means something wrong. Okay, well, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'll give you this.
Mm-hmm. See, well, your question is valid, but in this case, see, in the artificial neural networks based on the pattern. But for that pattern, there is a weights for how much weights we have to give for improving our prediction. When we trained neural network, we don't know how much we have to train. Sometimes it works days and days and we don't get anything. And when you train too much, that is also a problem. It paralyzes the whole system. So we thought that if we use genetic algorithm, because genetic algorithm can give what is the best weights that we need. So we did that part only. Yes, that's right. See, genetic algorithm is based on like which reproduction, actually it's a biological thing, but we use that just for that part. And not only that, genetic algorithm has several variations. In this one, we have used a real coded. We try binary coded, and there is a new one is called differential evolutionary genetic algorithm. So that's why we have multidisciplinary research, because if you know one thing, and if we can include another thing to it, or another technique, can make better, we can get better results, I can say in short. Okay, you're welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Professor, this is here.
Yes, sir.
So, a wonderful presentation, I must say, especially जब दुनिया में बहुत ज़्यादा noise बढ़ चुका है और इस noisy environment में crux को कैसे ढूंढा जाए, ये आपने हमें भली भांति सिखाया और उसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. I must say that the researchers sitting here would like to understand that how to reach to that pinnacle, the point, the crux, the insights, which is nowadays is covered and hidden with, difficult intentions to pronounce here. But आपने जिस सहजता से चीज़ों को प्रकट किया और सामने रखा कि it's possible, especially the data about prediction of the equity market or say share market is usually ऐसा कहा जाता है कि भगवान भी नहीं बता सकते हैं.
That's true.
But हम उस क्षेत्र में काम करना चाहते हैं जहां पे भगवान की भी limitations है, meaning that कि it's a divine section, it's a unique area. But marvelous attempt, and I must say hats off to you. I could see in every attempt that you showcased today, there was a US touch, the excellence, the par excellence, and for that we bow to you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Thank you, sir. All these valuable insights gave us a new perspective in designing AI-based system for stock market forecasting that one should adopt. Thank you, sir. Now, we would like to a warm welcome to Professor Ashish Kadekar, sir, Dean, Amity Institute of Higher Education, and his wife, Dr. Ramindran Kadekar, ma'am. Welcome. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Ram Prahlad Chaudhary, sir, University of Calcutta, Kolkata. He has published more than 30 research articles in peer-reviewed journals and 16 books chapters. He has written more than 5 books on issue in banking and finance, business ethics, and so on. Sir is a member of editorial board, Business Studies, Department of Commerce, University of Calcutta, and General Secretary of Commerce Alumni Association, University of Calcutta. He has obtained many prestigious awards like Rashtriya Hindi Samman, Rashtriya Sanskrit Samman. So we welcome you, sir.
Good afternoon to all of you, and a very, very happy and prosperous New Year 2024. We are meeting here in the 2 days international conference organized on sustainable development in information technology and management. Sir, an August gathering, I first of all just give you an intimation that way back in the year of 2011, I attended an international conference on global financial crisis in the same venue, but by that time I was the presenter, and I have presented my paper, and then I came to know all about the Vidya Pracharani Sabha. In the year of 1923, when the Vidya Pracharani Sabha has been established, then it has been started with 2 students, 1 primary school teacher, and since there was 2 students and 1 primary school teacher, I presume there was a blackboard and some teaching aid to empower the student. Why I am recalling these words, the reason behind recalling by myself is this. I heard one big quotation by Nelson Mandela, where he says that education is the most powerful weapon in the hands of you by which you can change the entire world. Much later, again, it was a corroboration of the same saying when Malala Yousafzai got the Nobel Prize. And she says that 1 child, 1 teacher, 1 book, and 1 pen can change the world. What a corroboration with these 2 sentences. But herein just I am showing my courage to say something beyond that. In the year of 1923, when Vidya Pracharani Sabha has started this teaching institution in the capacity of primary education, by that time it has been materialized long back before all these quotations. So it was not possible for the Vidya Pracharani Sabha to get the result what we have theoretized, or the formulation on this theory we or the entire world witnessed much later. This Golden Jubilee celebration by this Sabha is taking the root of being an educational institution of different level. It is no more restricted to the only primary education. Of course, it has been transformed to the higher educational institution through the high school, college, and now the university. So for the core of my heart, I congratulate to you all stakeholders, students, teachers, researchers, and the academic leaders of the Vidya Pracharani Sabha for giving and shaping the height of this institution today it has achieved. It is unprecedented what has been materialized, which we have find in the quotation of Nelson Mandela or Malala Yousafzai. Now I am coming to that seminar topic. We can present a beautiful world to our generation, and then only we can say, yes, we are heading towards the sustainable development. Because the sustainability can be experienced on and only in one circumstances, if the generation to come have enough space to see that whatever is being transferred from my predecessor's generation, we are using it or not. Because today we are facing several challenges. And these challenges can be met by implementation and culmination of both information technology and management. And very recently, Indian government has taken a number of policy wherein we are observing the fact that the IT implication and implementation is being noticed in the different social science segments. Very recently, we have already witnessed that our space sector has been grown, and it has been linked with the advancement of growth of information technology. Otherwise, the rockets and satellites which have been established in the very recent 2-3 missions, may it be the Chandrayaan-3 moon mission or Aditya L1 mission, which will almost reach L1 point in this month only, January 2024. and Exposat, which is going to look into the issues and the mysteries of the black holes. So all these are the blessings given by the advancement of the technology. AI's popularity can easily be assessed by citing one particular development we have noticed in the year of 2023. Collins Dictionary Publisher is the very leading dictionary publisher, we all know this. And this dictionary has given the AI as the word of the year. So artificial intelligence, we need not to write the complete 2 words. AI has been adopted as a word. So you see, this popularity of AI is sufficient to prove the essence and urgency of this. And besides this, I am telling you, the Geo Infocom is working with the IIT Mumbai and on Bharat GPT, just in line of the Chat GPT. And therein, this OpenAI launched in the November 30, 2022. This OpenAI is performing tremendously very good. Now today we are getting the help and academicians are using the AI. My predecessor presenter, Professor Sharma, has very rightly shown you the empirically that how the stock market can be rightly predicted with the accuracy level of 98 and even 99%. Really hats off him. And it is possible only when you are going to culminate the artificial intelligence, what I am trying to make you understand. So this is the collaboration of the human being and the machine. And you see, there are so many challenges are also coming. I am telling you, the present era is going to witness a great change, economic, entire turmoiling. We are expressing our concerns that whether the employment market or job market is going to be saturated or not. One thing can be taken as a sure, and that, you see, human-machine collaboration is going to be the inevitable. If you want to perform in any of your industry, any of your sector, then you will have to be acquainted with this machine learning and AI, without which it will not be possible to sustain anymore. Now, public institutes are to ensure that our society must proactively respond to these ethical issues which are going to be faced or going to be challenged by the AI or robotics, etc. Now, we will have to ensure that everybody has a claim on the dividend of what we are going to cultivate out of the technological advancement, and this will only enable the automation. I congratulate the researchers. They are considering all these points, what we academicians are raising before the researchers. So this is the another indication that challenges are no more going to be stay as a challenges. Now AI is going to entirely change the state of not only the education, health, but also the transportation and almost all the sector. And very interestingly, you will be observing the fact that medtech, then fintech, or you can say the insurance tech, edutech. So all these technological advancements are being cultivated in the different field of studies. So it is no more restricted or limited to the IT, that is the information technology. That is the good thing. Way back when we were discussing about the multidisciplinary research, really I am telling you, I was also sitting in the board of academicians, and there we were showing the anxiousness, how it will be possible. I know nothing about the IT. Will it be possible to acquaint with the IT tools by the professors or the teachers who are deliberating in the social science, particularly in the language department? But these days, and after experiencing the past times, we can easily ensure that ITs are going to be the cup of tea for everybody, irrespective of their any educational level. I'm telling you, drone and again anti-drone systems are being developed in our country. Very adjacent to your state only, we are getting the challenges of countering with the smuggling of arms and narcotics. So these narcotics and arms are going to be taken care by installing the anti-drone system in our border area. So that because in this border area so many disturbances are going on, and we are going to observe that how interestingly it is going to be taken care by. 3-dimension technology printing is the another additive manufacturing system. We all have, those who are the students of the economics, commerce, management, we have used to be perform the our economic GDP or in terms of the per capita income, that here the main or major contributions are coming from the service sector. But again, I am telling you, I may not be predict with the 97, 98% accuracy, but this is my presumption as a gross, that in a near future, we are going to supersede the service sector by manufacturing sector, and again, thanks goes to this AI and machine learning. Really, and if we are not going to accept it, we will not be in a position to survive in our respective field of performance. Because manufacturing, aerospace, healthcare, construction industry, etc., all these are acquiring and implementing the 3-dimensional printing technology very successfully. This is the reason why we believe that we are going to focus on the AI-centric manufacturing and use of green energy also, particularly in the EV areas. Last day I was so surprised. Yesterday only here I was just judging the poster competition. Many of students have presented on the EVs, and I was so impressed that they are contributing and they are trying to contribute their fundamental things in the research. So if these students are getting into insight of this developing or newly emerged issue, definitely these students are going to perform and they will leave their footprint on the area of their studies. So congratulations you all students here, I am telling you. Now next, GST calculus, I am telling you how the opportunities are there. If you are going to set aside that yes, machine is going to replace the human, job will be not be good. Here I am telling you, the work will be transformed by automation, no doubt about it. But it will not be eliminated. What is going to be held, that is the polarization between the lovely job and lousy job. Why? Now who will be heading the position, who will be getting the lucrative perks or pay out at the end of the month, and who will be getting the lesser amount? That is the polarization going to be taken place. And here needs, you will have to acquire the IT knowledge. So there is a big opportunity before the IT sector. I'm telling you how it is going to impact our economy also. During April 19, during last April to December, we have an average collection of GST was 1.66 lakhs crore. Now you can imagine when this GST has been implemented, and I talk with support in this data. Last 3 quarters data if you are going to look into, then 1,66,000 crores of rupees is being collected on an average per month, and which is again almost 10 to 11% higher in comparison to the same period of the previous year. Not only that, the IT returns have been also filed in the last, or you can say the current assessment year, that is the 2023-24, which shows that 9% increase in its total number and reaching to the 81 million, which is unprecedented in the Indian economy. Now given all the N number can be cited in support of this argument, but what I am trying to establish my point before the August gathering is that if this is the exposure of our Indian economy and the opportunities are vested with the AI, robotics or the 3D printing technology, then you students who are sitting over here, we the academicians and researchers, we are indulging with our research work, we can easily explore our opportunities. Now I'm coming to simply some ethical part. Yes, of course, the ethics is the very, very important consideration. But my suggestion is over here, and that suggestion is to establish the regulator. Now, if we are going to have a regulator in the for the ethical use of the robotics or AI, etc., then the problems of ethics and morality can easily be sorted out. And here just I have been inspired by one precedent. You see, Human Fertility and Embryology Authority is there in UK. And this HFEA authority is an independent regulator of the fertility treatment, and it researches using human embryos. And it aims to ensure that everybody should receive high quality care who enters the fertility clinic. And if this authority can perform and deal with morality and issue of ethics, then why not the artificial intelligence? Why not the robotics? The challenge is not like the fertility and the research involved with the embryos, right? So automation must broaden prosperity. And here, instead of concentrating with the wealth concentration, this is the biggest problem with the economy of not only India, but across the globe. Because the uneven distribution of wealth and income is the biggest problem. But if we can use this artificial intelligence to sort out this problem, definitely we will be in a position to deliver much. In a conclusion, I will say that the Indian economy is having three major favorable factors, and no one can deny of this. These three favorable factors are sufficient for experiencing the sustainable development, and these three factors are: number one, Indian government is actively promoting the digitalization, and this digitalization and automation is going to change the game in near future, and of course it will strengthen our economy. Second major factor is that India has become the hotbed for the foreign investors, and you won't believe, a days was there when the FII's drawing is going from the stock exchange, and the stock exchange was coming down just like drum. But these days, thousands of crores of money is being booked on the profit making, but despite of that, our Sensex is just moving up and up and up. Of course, this trend will not be continued. Only yesterday there was a big falls, and again from morning we are getting the reversal there from. So this big bang is going to be happen. But here we need to implement and use, and who will be in a better position to cultivate out of this volatile situation? Those who will be paying attention to the IT technologies. We were talking about the fintech, but these days what happened, these challenges are going to be also cultivated by the technological company. They are saying, just like the Accenture, TCS, Wipro, Infosys, they are saying, yeah, we are getting the advantage of the technology. So why not we will set up our own financial company? And now they are going to develop the TechFin. Fintech is there, of course, but when the technology company enters into the finance business, they are coming as a techie company, and that is called as the TechFin. So what happened? These things are to be taken into consideration. And third and last very important factor should be taken into consideration is India's talent pool. No one will deny that India, being the last day Ashish sir was deliberating, we are going to get the #1 position in the world in terms of our population. But it is having the pros and cons both. I am not going to insight of this, but very quickly I will tell you that we are comprising of a very lucrative and good number of talent. And if the Indian economy is going to use this talent pool very successfully, definitely our development in terms of the technology and management will be the sustainable. Now herein very quickly, and this will be my last conclusion, that when the managerial leadership is becoming a challenge, and if you are giving a leadership to any institution or business organization, then it is essential to get into the insight of that business. Otherwise, you will never be a successful leader. A leader must have the ability to adopt. Now, if as a leader you are setting aside that I will not learn the computer, I will not learn the robotics, I will not learn how to do the research by taking into consideration of the AI, then how you can lead that particular business entity, you will have to keep in your mind. So first, it is your duty to adapt with that changes. Secondly, I will tell you, a leader of our time must have responsible to give our team member confidence and assurance. That is the very, very important point we should keep in our mind. Third thing is upholding strong morality and commitment to ethical practices builds trust among our stockholder. Now, if you are not going to give the confidence, and if you will do the unethical practices or immoral practices, of course the other stakeholder of your institution or organization is going to follow yourself only, and therefore ultimately you will not be successful in terms of a good leader. So as a leader, one should be team focused, because today's success is collaborative endeavor. If you think that I'm a big boss of this institution, so I will continuously giving the leadership for this institution or organization for n number of years, it will not be possible. As I have started from this very point that these are the era wherein we are going to enter in the collaborative age, so we will have to keep that thing in our mind, and accordingly we will have to be the team focused. And lastly, as management leader, our role is to ignite passion, right? Passion and purpose within our team. If we will able to infiltrate the passion and purpose, why they are working, what is their purpose, then of course our team will outperform, and it will possibly only be if we are cultivating our experience. So once we are having an experience of the past performance, presently we are very minutely and meticulously reading the research and emergence, new things what are going to be pop out in the ways to come. And if we are going to manage this past and present, definitely I can assure that our days to come is going to be sustainable. I can assure you that we will be in a position to present a beautiful world to our generation to come. With this, thank you. Last but not the least point, I want to say that I really extend my sincere thank you and gratitude to the authority of this college for inviting me and sharing this perception and points before such an august gathering, because it has enlightened, and since last day and today I came to learn a lot of things. So thank you all.
Any questions?
Only one limitation, I do admit I could not have my PowerPoint, but I have raised so many points. Anyway, thank you. Sure, ma'am. Sure. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. Thank you, sir. All these valuable insights relate to role of AI-based Indian economy for sustainable development gave us a new perspective. A big thank you to all the guests who have generously shared their experience with us, and I'm sure we all are going to take advantage of this opportunity to grow and learn together. Thank you. Now, our technical session will soon start. We will have two parallel sessions, one here in this seminar hall and second in the administrative block. I request you all to reach your respective places.
The technical session for management is to start in room number 101. Kindly reach there. Technical session for management is in room number 101. Please reach there, all the participants. The technical session 4 will be conducted here. I am calling out the name of the presenters out here. Kindly get your presence ticked at the comparing table. Name of the presenter is Govinda Patil, Kailash Tiwari, Vipin Nagda, Dinesh Kumar, Dipti Suhalka, Reena Mehta, Devendra Parikh, Kamlesh Tiwari, Rumita Kumawat. If any of the presenters are present here, Institute of Engineering and Technology at Mohanlal Sukhadia University. The co-chairperson is Dr. Priyanka Shaktawat, coordinator of the conference and assistant professor, Department of Computer Science and Application. The session in charge is Dr. Nisha Tawar, assistant professor, Department of Computer Science and Technology. Rapporteur for this technical session is Dr. Anshita Dharmawat. I request all of you to be present here.
Pandemic and investigates the potential connection between sustainable living and healthcare using sentiment analysis. So, yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah. So, as I, okay. As in research survey, I have collected so many. In methodology, please come to the methodology. Yes, sir. The aim of the, as we know, the print and social media play the important role in the modeling or contextualizing the public opinion. These media websites express the, actually I have connected so many articles during from 1st of January to September in the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic for phase 1. Basically my focus is on the phase 1. And sentiment analysis for what is happening during that period, what was the effect of print and social media articles on society during that period. I have analyzed sentiment analysis. For that I have used the deep neural network model using NLP, natural language processing. The methodology, please come to next. So, research methodology as I obtained. Yes, sir? Please come to. So, as we know, the goal of the sentiment analysis is to gain the understanding of the subjective information. The main objective of my proposed work is to classify the piece of text what I have collected as a positive, negative or neutral to perform the sentimental analysis, to retrieve the opinions using NLP for retrieve opinions present, to subject a query, to perform opinion summarization and topic sentiment dynamics tracking, which used I have shown in the methodology part also. So these are the main objective for sentiment analysis. Next, please. So this is the methodology. I have divided my work in 3 phases: review of data, sentiment, sentence extractions, part of speech tagging, and second phase, second phase is done by the NLP, that is sentiment phrase identification, sentiment score computation, feature vector generations, and sentiment priority categorization, and then I would explain the final result interpretation, what will be the result, whether it will be positive, negative or neutral. So as we know, the print and social media nowadays, it is the application of the print and social media is not confined to the single application. It can be used in business and marketing, politics, health. In any application area, we can use the print and social media. And the main objective of the sentiment analysis is and it is used for the decision making also. On the other hand, natural language processing system can assist firms in analyzing data and gaining insight, automating time consuming operations and gaining a complete advantage. So basically, my aim is to automate using sentiment analysis using NLP to automate the time consuming operations, to know the opinions, what is happening, what are the effects on society, whether they are positive, negative or neutral. So this is basically, my work is based on the pandemic, during pandemic, and I have focused on sustainable living and healthcare, a connection between the sustainable living and healthcare. So this is, and the next part is references I have collected. Yes, sir. So I tried to show, in my research work, I tried to show during pandemics, I have collected articles and what was the effect of that article during that period on the society. Yes. In methodology section, I will be using the deep neural network model I will use for the formation of the modeling. Yeah. Methodology part, methodology, please show the methodology. Yeah. Next. So, yes, sir. far as identification. Yeah. First of all, I will do the part of speech tagging. I will identify the words, which words will show the negative impact, positive impact. Huh. Actually, it will show polarity in using vector generation and polarity. I will show how much sentiments are positive, how much sentiments are negative and neutral. So yeah. Yeah.
How do you do it? The practical part, the implementation part is absolutely missing over here.
Yeah. I will use the deep neural networks model algorithms. There are
like
so many algorithms.
Say I am going to use AI for it, isn't
yeah.
it? So it's a very generic term. But as a researcher, you need to describe the steps for it. So this is one part which experimental setup is something which I believe is missing over here.
Yeah.
So it's a concept you have in mind. And you
that part is actually, rest part is remaining actually. The formation of the model is remaining. But so I have just explained the
mark my words.
Yeah.
If you are talking about sentiments, phrase identification, and before that you are talking about sentiment sentence extraction, it's very contradictory. So you'll have to rethink over it.
Yeah.
Okay.
The part is remaining actually. I have shown here the complete model.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I call upon code number 2, the next speaker. Kindly note that the time given to you is 5 minutes. Try to sum up your talk in that.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Rumita Kumawat, PhD scholar. Myself, Rumita Kumawat, PhD scholar from BN Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences, and my topic for presentation is green economy, green growth, and opportunities for sustainable development. Next. So next slide. Zero two. So there, previous. The main objective of this presentation is to know about green growth, green economy, and its implication in daily life, which leads to sustainable development. To know the areas of green economy and the goals for sustainable development. So next slide. Green economy. Green economy is an economy whose growth in income and employment is driven by public and private investment that reduce carbon emission and pollution, enhance energy and resources efficiency, and prevent the loss of biodiversity and ecosystem services. This is achieved through targeted public expenditure, policy reforms, and regulation changes. The concept of green economy emphasizes on the intersection between environment and economy. Basically, a green economy is a type of economy that reduces environment risk and ecological dangers. The core principle of it is to encourage sustainable development without degrading the environment and to promote the equity for diversified sustainable development. Next slide. Green growth. Green growth means it is represented an iterative process leading towards a green economy. We can say that green growth means encouraging economic growth and development while ensuring that natural assets continue to provide resources of environmental services on which human being relies. Need of green economy. The confluences of the global economic crisis, ecological crisis, and the second wave of urbanization in the cities make them important spaces for unfolding transitions. Demand of energy and material is increasing, and that's why bulk production and consumption take place in the city. Green economy aims to enhance human well-being, social equality, and reduce environmental risk and ecological sacrifices. Also, the need of green economy is to reduce the energy consumption, to reduce the greenhouse gas emission, and to reduce the amount of waste generated during the entire life cycle of a product. Next slide. Steps towards a green economy, how we can achieve a green economy by land management, green buildings. So next slide. By clean transportation, using a transportation which produce less pollution, like nowadays we are using electrical vehicles, so there is less pollution, almost no pollution to environment. Renewable energy, more efficient and cleaner energy production, recycle, reuse and reduce. Water management, means to achieve green economy by checking urban sprawl and implementing land use regulation to promote redevelopment of city areas over greenfield sites, checking and regulating population density for a city-wide, providing improved planning powers and resources to the development corporation, strict vehicle and traffic laws, maximum parking standards, discouraging use of private motor vehicle, encouraging concept like carpooling, bus rapid transport system, cable car system. Sustainable development. There are many ways to define sustainable development, but the most common we can say that sustainable development is the development that meets the need of the present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. Principle of sustainable development: living with environmental limit, achieving a sustainable economy, promoting good governance, using sound science responsibility, ensuring a strong, healthy, and just a simple society. Sustainable development goals. The main goals of sustainable development are, these are the global goals adopted by the United Nations in 2015 as a universal call of action to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that by 2030 all the people enjoy peace of prosperity, to reduce the poverty, to save the environment. That's the conclusion. Green economy is the need of the hour, and it is very essential and helpful for our present and the future generation. If we follow the parameters of green economy strictly, then we can enjoy a better lifestyle and improve our living standards. Green growth in all fields leads to a green economy, which later leads to a sustainable development, thus helping the overall growth of development of society and environment. Thank you. Yes, sir.
What are carbon credits? Because green economy revolves around basically carbon credit. What are carbon credits?
So, the carbon emission, the pollution that is created.
I'm not talking about emission, I'm talking about carbon credits.
Yes, sir.
The first slide, if you come to the first slide, that was the first thing which you mentioned there. About carbon.
Yes, sir. Sir, I read about it, but actually I have done research. I'm reviewing about it because I was a field from pharmacy, and I just want to try. I want to develop myself. Like I want to grow myself. I want to present like.
Okay, I'm giving you a homework. The
yes, sir,
moment you go back home, this is the first topic you have to search.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I invite code number 3 for the presentation. Ji.
Good afternoon, all of you. Good afternoon, sir. My paper is on blockchain technology, and this technology is very popular in these days. When we hear the name blockchain, a question arises in our mind. Next, please. What is blockchain technology? Actually, it is a chain of blocks, and each block stores some information. Blockchain technology is an advanced database mechanism that allows transparent information sharing with a network. A blockchain database stores data in blocks that are linked together in a chain. And second question arises, who owns the blockchain? Nobody owns blockchain technology, but some blockchain may be owned by a specific organization. Blockchain technology is a transaction ledger on a massive scale, fortified by the strong encryption and advanced security protocols. This ledger can serve as the basis for many different types of financial system and cloud computing networks. Blockchain is best known as the technology powering cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin, Ethereum, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. Next, please. Next slide. Next slide, sir. Next slide, sir. How blockchain works? This is the diagram which shows how blockchain technology works. On the first step, a transaction is requested, and then the second step, the block is created to represent the transaction. The block is sent to every node in the network. On third point, on the fourth point, node validate the transaction and receive a reward for proof of work. And the last step, the block is added in the existing blockchain and the transaction is completed. Next slide, please. This is the architecture of blockchain. Each block have these 5 fields: header, previous block address, timestamp, nonce, and miracle root. Header stored information. Next slide, please. Header stored information, metadata, by which we can uniquely identify a block. It is hashed periodically by miners by changing the nonce value as part of normal mining activity. Header also contains 3 set of block metadata. Previous block address, it is used to connect the n-1th block to the nth block using the hash. In short, it have a reference of the hash of the previous block in the blockchain. Timestamp contains a system assigned time or date of the digital document's creation. Timestamp is basically a character string. It is used to identify documents or event uniquely. Nonce, a nonce is a random number which is used only once. This random number mined by Bitcoin miners to find a new block in the blockchain. Miracle root, it is a mathematical way to verify available data on a miracle tree. It is used to verify that whether a transaction data is stored in a block perfectly or not. Next slide. There are 3 types of blockchain. First one is public, second private, and third is consortium blockchain. Next slide. Public blockchain. In a public blockchain, anyone free to join and become a part of core activity in blockchain network. Anyone audit, read and write the ongoing activity. Data always remains secured because no one can change the data once the data is validated. It is a completely decentralized system and all operations are running publicly. Anyone can set his block in the chain. All the blocks are connected peer-to-peer in blockchain network. Disadvantage of public blockchain is there is no need to give identity of a person, so the corruption may be possible. Speed of processing is slow. Integration issue are there. Next slide. Private blockchain. In the private blockchain, user need permission before joining this network. Without permission, nobody can participate in the transaction. So it is also called a permission-based blockchain system. Private blockchain managed by the owner of the network, and owner can control access right of each users. Disadvantage of private blockchain is trust issue are there, so it is difficult to access exclusive information. If there are a large number of participants, then attack possible in increased on the registered user. Next slide. Consortium blockchain. A blockchain which is permissioned by government and a group of organization is called consortium blockchain. It is more decentralized blockchain in comparison of private blockchain, and it is more secure than other blockchain. Disadvantage of consortium blockchain is it is unstable for relationship, and it is not an economical model, and flexible issues are there. Advantage of blockchain. Next slide, please. Trust. Participant can trust on each other even they don't know each others. Decentralized structure works on real-time data sharing among the participants. Improved security and privacy. Blockchain uses end-to-end encryption, so there is less chance for unauthorized activity and fraud. Reduced cost. Blockchain uses decentralized system, so the hardware cost is reduced, and no need to centralized server or any centralized authority. Immutability. There is no way to delete or edit a transaction, so blockchain provides us a surety that transaction data is not changed or deleted. Next slide. Disadvantage of blockchain. Scalability. Blockchain works on large scales, so the chance will increase the
Please
system to slow down.
Please wind up.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, sir. Each node have a unique number. Okay. All the nodes of network have a copy of each node. If we delete a node, then all the chain before it will be deleted also. But a copy of chain is associated with all the network nodes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's not possible. So, sir, this is the advantage of blockchain. Disadvantage of blockchain is scalability. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. नहीं हो सकता सर. I will do, sir. I will do more study. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ji, sir. Now we have online presentations. Asha Rawat. Asha Rawat. Asha Rawatji, please start.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, ma'am, 1 second. I have to share the PPT.
Yes, please. So you will be allotted a 5-minute time for presentation. Kindly try to sum up your talk in that.
Ma'am, screen is visible to everyone?
लैंडस्केप मोड में ले आइए अपना स्क्रीन. रोटेट योर मोबाइल. Kamlesh ji, please rotate your mobile.
Okay, I am trying, ma'am. It is not working. Can we take, ma'am, 5 minutes? After that I can join? There is problem, it is not rotating.
So it's okay, you can start.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. A very good afternoon to all of you. As we have here to discuss the role of artificial intelligence in the today's development, especially in the sustainable development. Is I am audible to everyone? Thank you, sir. Thank you. This work has been done by Kamal Bakhatyapuri, Archana Bakhatyapuri, Saurabh Shakya, and Sanjeev Srivastava ji. In this study, we have worked how the artificial intelligence is helpful in the sustainable development of any nation or any institution. The sustainable development can be defined as the development which develops the things and also not give any harm effect to the previous developed things, like any nature, environment, etc., etc. In case of any developed country or developing country, the sustainable development is very difficult to achieve because of many pollution and many other things are happening in the society. AI is very, very helpful to attain the sustainable development. AI can be defined as the simulation of the human intelligence developed with the help of machines, especially of the computer. In this study, the objective was that to study the impact of AI over the sustainable development and over education field and health field. Especially I have worked for education and health field. Literature review, I have studied the many research papers, many theories behind this, and presently what is going on in our country, done by the Niti Aayog and etc. Artificial intelligence is helpful in every field, especially in education and health. In case of education, personalization, tutoring, grading, feedback, meaningful and immediate feedback to the students, these are all points where AI can be used. Like personalization, the AI can give the personal intention to everyone. Tutoring, student can help, can take the tuitions from the AI. Grading, special attention grading to all the answer sheet for student can be done by AI. feedback after their checking, it is very difficult to teacher to give the feedback to every student practically, and when shortage of teacher is there. So AI is very especially useful and meaningful and immediate feedback. In case of health, the AI is very useful. It has the potential to care hospital administration and pharmaceutical organizations. There are various types of themes over the AI is developed, like machine learning, neural network and deep learning, natural language processing, and AI system must be approved by regulators, integrated with EHR systems and standardized to sufficient degree. In case of education, it is okay, but in case of health, it is very necessary that the AI system should be checked up to the mark of accuracy, because it is the case of any life. These challenges will ultimately be overcome, but they will take much longer to do. The AI can be used, but presently it gives the very difficult to overcome, like economy, adoption of AI, but it definitely will become a part of our life. The AI tool will not replace the human clinician and staff. Many of the people think that the AI will completely do the work. It is not like that. It will take the instruction from the people. It will not harm any people. Human clinicians can give the task and job designed to AI, so that the time saving and monitoring duration and efficiency can be increases. It is not possible for any medical care to observe 24 hours to any patient, but with the help of AI it is possible.
Kamlesh, please try to sum up.
Okay. Research method, we have asked the different questions to the institution persons.
Sir, please come to the conclusions.
6 questions I have asked: helping individual, evaluation of individual, eliminating paperwork, time wastage, effective time to connect with the student, and motivation to the student. And we take the answers of that peoples and make the overall exercise of the result. In case of the field, we have the 6 different questions: disease diagnosis, treatment recommendation, drug discovery and development, radiology, cardiology and pathology assistance, AI disaster management, or eliminating misunderstanding and clearing doubts about the any prescriptions. We have asked these questions, and we found the results, how the peoples are in a favor of AI or in the against, what there are thoughts there. And we find that in the case of education, like the first question, there is a 80% peoples are in the favor that the AI will help. 70% people in the second question, like paper elimination and copy checking. In that cases, 92%, 82%, all the peoples are in the favor of that the AI will exactly be useful in our development of education and health, and it will increases the sustainable development. In case of health, 90% clinicians, 74%, 78%, 85%, all these peoples are having positive response towards the AI, that it will help. And overall conclusion,
please wind up.
The AI is very important and in case of the education and health, but it needs proper training and references. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kamlesh. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Surabhi Joshi. Asha Rawat, are you ready?
Can you hear me? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Asha ji, please give your presentation. You have a time of 5 minutes for concluding. Please don't go beyond the time limit. It looks very bad when we interrupt. We have a presentation from our code number 5, Asha Rawat. Asha Rawat ji, please come up with your presentation. Next is Surbhi Joshi and then Ashima Gupta. Please be ready with your presentations. Now we have Asha Rawat. Asha Rawat ji, please present.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, can you see the slide?
Yes, we can see, but if you're, yes, thank you. Please start and try to sum up within 5 minutes.
Okay. Very good afternoon to all of you. My name is Asha and I'll be presenting my paper on the topic Comparative Analysis of Deep Learning Based Sustainable Computing for Load and Resource Sharing Optimization in Green Data Center. As we all know, with the rise of as we are living in the era of digital revolution, we know data is generating in a very rapid speed. So is the energy consumption is increasing with the advancement of the data centers, which has a very big impact on the global electricity consumption, which is of 2.4%, which is of 2.4% in the world. And with that also 15 to 20% of the electricity consumption is rising. So with the advancement of technology and with the advancement of cloud computing and data centers, the consumption of electricity as well as the emission of carbon is increasing, which is having an adverse impact on our climate. So to address these issues, we need to deploy some deep learning based approach so that we can avoid such issues and adopt sustainability in green data centers. So this was a general introduction. Excuse me. The objective of my paper is to investigate existing methodologies for load and resource optimization in green data centers and comparing the efficiencies and effectiveness of different approaches that are being used, providing insights to the best practice for achieving optimal performance and resource utilization in green data centers. Now, a lot of research has been done where support vector machines have been used, software-defined networking strategies have been used with deep learning algorithms to support environmental changes. Apart from that, deep learning techniques have also been incorporated with the traditional approaches so that we can achieve the result. So a lot of work has already been done to optimize and achieve sustainability in green data center. So sorry. So this is the comparative analysis of all the existing techniques or approaches or traditional methods that we have taken into consideration and comparing them to some critical points like how they are working are they providing energy efficiency or cost efficiency, or they are providing good performance optimization result, and are we able to control the carbon emission by deploying these approaches, and can the energy model be deployed in the existing system. So these are the 5 criteria on which we have evaluated the existing approaches. So we can see from point number 1 to 8 that many of the approaches have worked well with energy efficiency, and which has helped in achieving the cost efficiency. But there are very few which were able to optimize the performance as well as reduce the carbon emission, and the deployment in the existing system with a large amount of data could not be achieved. So this entire table is a comparative analysis for all those techniques that are being used currently, and here we would like to say that if we look at the deep learning based approaches, we can achieve all the 5 criteria if we deploy these deep learning based approach in the existing system. So what is the potential of deep learning integration that we were talking about, that we can achieve all the 5 criteria? So since we know that deep learning can provide energy optimization through predictive analysis, we can predict the energy usage pattern, and hence we can achieve the energy optimization criteria with this. Dynamic resource allocation is there, from where we can identify which resource need to be allocated based on the real-time demand. Temperature and cooling management can be done with the help of deep learning algorithms. Fault detection can be done. Predictive maintenance can also be achieved with the help of deep learning based algorithm integration. Workload management can also be achieved. Optimization, data storage and retrieval can be done by accessing the data patterns that are being that the whole world is using or any individual is using. Smart power management can also be achieved, which can enable data center to dynamically adjust power distribution based on demand and energy availability. So these were the potential of deep learning integration that we can do in the existing approaches and strategies, and we can achieve sustainability in the green data centers. Now these are the these are the selected approaches which we have talked previously. So these 4 approaches have used in some of the research part, they have used deep learning algorithms, and but in the previous comparison they were not able to meet 1 or 2 of the criteria. But with the integration of deep learning algorithms and with the integration of deep learning potential, these algorithms can be enhanced to achieve the solution. So to conclude, I would like to say that this paper identifies the significant problems in the current search methodologies and emphasizes the need of well-defined performance indicator, so that we can control the long-term carbon reduction and real-time data integration in the energy modeling. This analysis serves as a roadmap for future research, highlighting the potential area where deep learning can play a transformative role. The future direction is that this paper provides the insights of the way for future investigation, specific application of deep learning strategies within the green data center, standardized framework can be used for performance indicator, and exploration of real-world deployment can be done with the help of the paper. Thank you.
Hello. Okay. One quick question. Can you hear me?
Question? Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So you are talking about performance indicators and deep learning, and how do you combine these two together?
Sir, can you please repeat the question?
How would you combine your deep learning with the performance indicator?
So performance indicator, that is the future scope of the paper, that they can use this paper, because like I've said, deep learning has a potential in identifying many things, like you can find the fault detection, diagnosis. You can do it in the existing system earlier, so that can be converted into performance indicator. Like पहले डिफॉल्ट पता चल जाए, डायग्नोस हो जाए डीप लर्निंग एल्गोरिथम के हेल्प से, तो वो एक परफॉर्मेंस इंडिकेटर का काम कर सकता है फ्यूचर में. तो उससे हमारे सिस्टम जो है प्रॉपर्ली वर्क कर पाएंगे और लोड एंड रिसोर्स शेयरिंग में थोड़ा इजी हो जाएगा.
Okay, thanks.
Okay,
yes,
thank you. Thank you, Asha Rawat. Our next speaker is code number 6, Surabhi Joshi.
Hello, can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you. Kindly share your presentation.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Is my presentation visible?
Try to conclude within 5 minutes, please.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm delighted to present my research paper where we will talk about the details of the dynamic and ever-evolving landscape, the intersection of the digital marketing and the data privacy. In this presentation, we will also uncover the insights, the trends, online preferences, habits, and utilization of the online internet users. We will see that how these data has been gathered by the digital marketers and what is actually influencing users to give away those data, what kind of privacy concerns it may cause, and due to knowing unknowingly users giving away this data, how they are harming their future and how it's even impacting our law enforcement. Moving ahead, I just talk about this is more kind of intersection between the two technologies and the law. The first is about the digital marketers, the technologies digital marketers uses. The another one, the internet users, how they are using technologies to give away their certain data. And third aspect of this research paper is the digital personal data protection law, which has been recently introduced by the Ministry of Information Technology in year 2023. To conduct this research, we have done a survey on 397 users. 5 digital platforms were majorly studied for the privacy policies and the data collection ways of working. 59 literatures of reviews has been done to establish the research dimension. Moving ahead, the digital marketings are collecting a data in majorly 3 categories: the personal information, behavioral data, and demographic data. In my personal opinion, all those data are very sensitive that we should not giving it away without thinking about the conclusion and only provide to the digital marketer if it really required. But digital marketers need that for the personalization of your content, for the profiling purpose, to sell their special offerings and the products and make sure that these ads are getting converted into the actual sales. The most sensitive data is known as a personal information, which is more also known as a PII in the law. That is a personal identifiable information, the information which can be correlated back to the person in the globe. How digital marketers are currently picking those data? So these are the few of the technologies which is currently digital marketers are using. The one of them is the social media analytics, web analytics, emails, e-commerce transaction, and so on. But there are also some things which I have not mentioned here is the bots tracking, cookie tracking, and so on, right? So there is a certainly some one way where the knowingly users may even check that what kind of information has been given, but there are even some information like your application are silently capturing your IP addresses and the geolocations. So the data which I have collected, it has a multiple dimensions. If I talk about among the 397 users which has been surveyed, so the majorly 30 to 40 years and 40 to 50 years are the major part of the users which has participated in this. The one interesting factor comes out like once we try to approach around 500 plus users, only 51%, only the 51% were the females who are even interested to know more about this survey, that how the data privacy and protection may be in this tech. If we talk about the educational background, then 90% people are coming from the higher graduations, graduate, postgraduate, and the professionals. So moving ahead, now towards concluding on this, more towards that, what was their pattern, right? How they are using it. So the frequency of the internet users, which has been captured, like 48.36 people are using 5 times an hour, more than 5 times in an hour a day, with their mobile phones or probably laptop and so on. And once per hour, 30.48% people are using once per hour. And there are even a group of people which are not very much addicted of the internet and they are using less than 5 times in a day. But once the same group has been inquired about, do you even know about your digital personal data protection law, or do you understand what is the privacy, and do you understand what kind of data has been captured by the application? Surprisingly, 64.74% people even does not know about what the meaning of privacy here in context of the application, what kind of data may be captured, how they can access that data, and whether they can even delete that data, and so on. So we can see that even from the group which is literate enough, they do not have any kind of understanding of the privacy, and this is the major hurdle of the bigger topic, that are we even ready to apply the digital personal data protection law. So this whole data has been concluded in the SPSS, and we first of all try to check that whatever dimensions we have captured, are they really reliable and valid for this kind of research. So from the Convac Alpha, we have find out that 0.830 is the range. So among the 0 to 1, we got into the higher range, and our survey have this definitely reliability. We also put the KMO there, and we have found that it's a 0.756 validity. So our survey and their dimensions was conclusive, and we can definitely get into the more information. Those are consistent and having a greater values. Moving ahead, that once we find out that our survey is having enough information and survey data has been captured, then we put up a factor analysis on this. The factor analysis is the technique that we use to identify that what kind of variables or what kind of factors has come out, because it consists of the 20 plus questions, right? So 20 plus are not the dimension. We have concluded around their 8 major variables which has been captured, and with the principal component we have even driven down that what kind of habits they have, right? So all those online operation has been concluded down, and slowly we get into the 2 major habits. One is known as the protective habits, and another one is known as influencing habits. So what is the protective habits? So when the online users get into the internet, they're concerned about their privacy. They know that if I'm doing this activity, I really need to know that whether when I'm saying, okay, I agree, what does it mean? Think about the application which is a game, right? Like a TV, and want to access on your camera. Why they need your access to the camera? Why they need to access to the SMS and the contact list, right? These are the very risky, sensitive data, and which we are giving away. So there are a few people who are putting the protective habits there and making a conscious decision whether they want to give away or not. And there are influencing habits where you see the ad of certain apparel and you just feel like that, okay, I want to explore, and you are going ahead and supporting and giving away your data by the cooking tracking. You even don't know in the background ads are also capturing your data. So by this way we have concluded that if I go back, that the 35.43% people are somewhere towards the protective habits, and 34% people are more toward the influencing a habit. They really get carried away and don't bother about what kind of data they have given up. However, this is not 100%, so definitely there is some data which is unconclusive in this matter. However, with this we can see that there are 2 habits, and now we have to make sure that the people should be moving from the influencing habit to the protective habits. Coming towards the conclusion of this presentation, this studies clearly suggest that there are more people towards the influencing habits. They are not even taking care of their own data, and if users are not owning their own data, then implementation of the law will be really tough and hard. To make sure that we have an effective implementation of the digital privacy and protection policies there, we need to make sure that we need a more education towards it. This is the further work of study, that how we can establish those kind of awareness towards the data protection and the privacy. So this is it from my side. Do we have any question? If we have any question, I could not hear.
Yeah, anybody? Yes, sir. Yeah, there's a question for you.
Yeah, so maybe one quick question about I think you gave an example, or probably it was your research, I don't know, about the internet usage in frequency bandwidth. Hello, can you hear me? No.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you please repeat the question, please?
Okay, so if you can hear me, you gave an example. I'm not sure it was your research or it was someone else about the internet bandwidth usage by the community. And I'm wondering that have you looked at specific time slots, for example, whether it's the evening time or it's the morning time where you have a more bandwidth than the other times of the day?
No, she's not there. Okay, fine. That was the last delegate. And with that, we come to an end. Sir, I request, I request, sir, for the closing remarks. I request Professor Jagdish Chandra Vyas for the closing remarks. Next session is continued? Okay. Is Govind Patil here? Okay. Is Riya Loda present? Yeah, you and Priyanka Sharma? Okay. So we have, you can one by one go. I invite Priyanka Sharma, code number 4. Okay. Shall we continue, sir, now? Yeah. Okay. So our next code is code number 4. Code number 4. You are given only 5 minutes for your presentation. Okay. And yeah, let's start with it.
My name is Priyanka Sharma. I am the student of M Pharmacy first semester, Department of Pharmaceutics. As you can see on the screen, my presentation topic is Lean Manufacturing and Sustainable Development and its literature review. Next, ma'am. Next. The aim of this presentation is to review on the literature of the subject on lean manufacturing by exploring the various perspectives related to the sustainable development management. SLM, Sustainable Lean Manufacturing. It is a methodology that focuses on the manufacturing process while maintaining the sustainable practices. It also contains an examination of lean manufacturing concept, lean barriers, lean strategies, and lean waste, lean implementation cycle in sustainable development. Next, ma'am. The next is lean manufacturing technique. Lean manufacturing technique is a team-based process, and lean is a management philosophy based on Toyota production system. It is a Japanese company of Toyota. It is a car manufacturing company. The primary goal of lean manufacturing technique is to deliver high quality, low cost, and just-in-time products by reducing the production cycle by eliminating waste. It also used in many fields, but mainly used in pharmacy. It used for reduce the production cost, enhance the quality of the product, minimize the waste, and customer responsiveness. It can reduce many types of waste like transportation, motion, inventory, waiting, and overproduction waste. Next, ma'am. Objectives of lean manufacturing. These are objectives of lean manufacturing: effective layout design, minimize production time, inventory management, quality control, improve working environment, productivity enhancement, and machinery utilizations. Next, ma'am. The tools of lean manufacturing are inventory management and process standardization, workplace and visual management, opportunity identification, process layout, continuous improvement, and equipment performance measurement, quality management. The next is sustainable development. Sustainable development defined as an approach to economic development of a country without compromising with the quality of environment for future generation. It is a smart use of natural resources for manufacturing, creating products and solutions that meet economic, environmental, and social objectives while preserving the environment and improving the human life quality. Next, ma'am. The three pillars of sustainable development are environmental, economic, and social. Next. Lean production is used in sustainable development in mainly three ways: environmental sustainability, economic sustainability, and social sustainability. Environmental sustainability includes resource use, emission to air, water, and land. And social sustainability use employment, labor management, occupational health and safety, training and education. And economic sustainability use generated economy, distributed economic value, and retained economic value. Next one. Integration of lean and sustainable production. Lean principles were combined with sustainability. The primary inquiries revolved around the ways in which lean practices contribute to environmental stewardship through the reduction of resource and energy. The integration of lean and sustainable production is correlated with the implementation of effective environmental management practices. The end is conclusion. The survey's conclusion indicates that for a successful implementation of lean manufacturing system is using in sustainable development management for reduce the production cost and increase the product quality of manufacturing substance and product. Thank you. Sir, do you have any question?
One quick question. I couldn't completely understood how you would reduce the cost in this case.
We increase the product quality and मतलब जो भी उसके हम लोग उनको जो भी रिड्यूस उसके जो एक्स्ट्रा हम लोग सामान यूज़ कर रहे हैं, जो कि मटेरियल हम लोग एक्स्ट्रा यूज़ कर रहे हैं, जितनी हम लोगों को प्राइस की मतलब जिस मटेरियल की ज़रूरत है हम लोग को वही इंक्लूड करें, एक्स्ट्रा मटेरियल इंक्लूड नहीं करके. और जो कि मोशन कोस्ट मतलब ट्रांसपोर्टेशन के लिए जो कोस्ट हैवी पड़ रहा है तो हम ट्रांसपोर्टेशन में हम लोग मतलब उसमें हम लोग रिड्यूस कर सकते हैं उस वेस्ट को. और उस क्वालिटी को इंक्रीज कर सकते हैं प्रोडक्ट
Okay.
की. थैंक यू.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is our next delegate with a presentation, Ria Lodha, code number 5.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, we are here to discuss the most important topic of business, that is Six Sigma process, a sustainable tool for quality management. So basically in this slide, I would explain this topic very briefly that will contain these key points. Now, first started with the introduction. So basically, Six Sigma is a quality improvement technique that is established by the Motorola, by Sir Bill Smith in 1986 for Motorola company. Motorola basically is a mobile company where Bill Smith is work, and they developed a technique called as quality improvement technique or Six Sigma technique, which is used to improve process quality, and process quality will be improved by identifying the defect, minimizing the variations, and increase the quality and efficiency of the process. Next. So basically, what is Six Sigma? So the meaning of Six Sigma is that Six Sigma derived by the two words six and sigma. Six represent whole six process that I explain in further slide, and sigma represent the statistical variations in the process. And Bill Smith established the standard that is, if a company producing 10 million of product, so the product having a 3.4 defect, which is as equivalent to the 99.9966, which we assume as a negligible, like this type of defect not affected the product quality. Now the definition of Six Sigma is that Six Sigma basically is a tool and technique for process improvement by identifying the defect. Next. The main goal of Six Sigma is that reduce the variation for the optimal quality control. So basically, what is optimal quality control? So optimal quality control ये होती है कि if a company producing millions of products, so each and every product having a similar quality, which will be assigned by applying the Six Sigma method. Now the objective of Six Sigma is that first one is overall business process, and overall business process is improved by applying the Six Sigma method like DMAIC and DMAD, and second one is increased customer satisfaction. Customer satisfaction will be increased by providing the product according to the customer requirement so that it may attract customer towards the company, and it helps for the growing of business also. And the third one is reduce cost. Cost will be reduces by minimizing the number of operations during the process that will be not more important for the process, so that after reducing the number of operations, so it helpful for reduce cost also. And the last one is remedy defect and variability. Remedy defect and variability will be achieved because a company producing million of products, so made chance to that company find out various defect also, and product having different variability also find out during the process. Now the principle of Six Sigma is that Six Sigma follow mainly three principles that are, first one is process improvement, and process will be improved by applying the Six Sigma method. Second one is reducing variation. Variation will be reduces by find out the defect. And the last one is focus on customer requirement. By focus on customer requirement, according to the customer, product will be provided by the company so that it helpful for the growing of business. Next. Next is methods of Six Sigma. So basically Six Sigma having a two method, DMAIC
1 minute
and
left. Only 1 minute left, beta, wind up fast.
DMAD and DMAIC, basically both method are a Six Sigma methods, and both having the 5 phases also. Basically DMAIC are used for the process improvement, where is another method DMAIC, which DMAD, which are used for the creating the process by according to the customer requirement. Next. In a DMAIC method, basically it having the 5 phases: define, measure, analyze, improve, and control. In a defining phase, problem will be defined, and in a measure phase, analyze the problem, and in analyzing phase, identify the causes, like which causes may affected the product quality, and how they created the problem also. And the last two phase, improvement and control. In an improvement phase, we creating various strategies and applying during the process. And in a maintenance phase, we consistently follow that strategies so that process will be easily improved. Next. In a DMAT, three phases are similar as a DMAC. In a defining phase, object will be defining, and in a measuring phase, identify what is customer requirement. And in the measuring phase, applying various strategies in the process. And the last two phase, which helpful for the differentiate both method, DMAC and DMAT also. Designing phase helpful for the designing the process and product, where is the verification phase which helpful for the verifying that the design is actually existable or not. Next. The application of Six Sigma, first one is structure methodology. Second one is customer satisfaction. Third is reduce variation. And various Indian companies which follow the Six Sigma method, and they get a Six Sigma certificate also. Like first one is the Tata Motors company, second Mahindra, and the third one is Reliance Industries. And recently Six Sigma verified companies that
conclude beta. Conclude. Fast.
आने वाले हैं मैम.
Yeah.
Tata Consultant Services and Infosys, which are the IT sector companies. And the main conclusion of this whole presentation is that Six Sigma is a sustainable tool for quality management because it is helpful for the improving the process quality by identifying the defect, and also it provided various data regarding the quality and defect, so that it is important for all organizations for better growing in business field. Thank you.
Any questions from anybody?
I mean, you spoke a lot about quality using Six Sigma, but I couldn't get how you will ensure that your quality is quite good.
Sorry, sir.
The quality is maintained. How you will ensure that?
By applying the both method, DMAC and DMAC, which helpful for the process improvement by following all the process like defining, measuring, analyze, improve and control. So in a defining phase, we find out the problem, and in a measuring phase, we quantify how much big a problem is. And after planning various strategies, we consistently follow the strategies so that process will be easily managed, and quality of the product also managed, so that zero defect full product will be achieved by applying the Six Sigma concept.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'd like to invite code number 5. Now, I invite Priyanshi Ranawat, code number 6.
A very good afternoon, everyone. My name is Priyanshi Ranawat, and today I'm here with my presentation titled as Adoption of Automation for Security Measures and its Real-World Application. Next, please. Introduction. So what automation basically means is that use of technology to reduce human assistance. Next, please. So first of all, why we need security automation? So in today's environment, IT environment is getting complex day by day. To tackle with these threats, we have to use manual processing measures are not sufficient. So for that reason, we have come across automation, and we have to adapt automation for security reasons. Apart from that, here are some advantages of using automation in security. First is rapid threat detection and response, scale and complexity. As I have said that IT environment is getting complex day by day. So to deal with that, manual processes are not enough. Next is timely incident response. Automation responds to the threat very quickly. Next is consistency and accuracy. So security automation reduces the human error, so it increases its accuracy. Next is continuous monitoring. So automated tools provide continuous monitoring to your systems. Then adaptability to evolving threats. Automated security tools can be programmed using AI and machine learning that it can adapt to the emerging threats. Next is time and cost efficiency. So automation reduces human efforts, which in turn leads to cost saving for an organization. Next is phishing and malware defense. So email filtering system that we all have in our mostly mobile phones, where spams are automatically blocked. Next slide, please. So security measures. In this paper, we have discussed two types of real-world security. First is person-to-person based security, where guarding and verification is used. And when we talk about person-to-machine based security, it is again classified as hardware and software. So in hardware, we use various gadgets like alarms, cameras, sensors, etc. And for software, we have password management software, tracking software, etc. Next, please. Authentication. So authentication basically means verifying a user or a device before giving it access to a resource or a system. Next slide. Wait. Ma'am, back. Yes. Authentication process. So authentication process has two phases. First is registration phase, where user has to register himself into the computer database. Next is authentication phase, where when user goes for accessing a device, he gets authorized. Next is authentication techniques. So in this paper, we have discussed two techniques. First is knowledge-based techniques, and where it relies on individual's memory, like passwords, permanent PIN numbers, secret codes, etc. And when we talk about token-based techniques, each user has its own identity token, which proves his identity, which includes like password, Aadhaar card, PAN card, driving license, etc. But if these two measures are measured on the scale of security, they both are considered as insecure, because password can be guessed or an individual may forget them. And
code number 6, please conclude.
Next slide, please. To overcome the drawbacks of those conventional methods, we have biometric science, where a user is recognized on the basis of its behavioral and physical traits. So this diagram shows the registration process for biometric information, and then second is the verification process. Next, please. So biometric information, we have various ways to recognize a person through his biometric traits, and in this paper we have discussed three. First is fingerprint, where a fingerprint pattern is formed using by ridges, valleys. Next, please. Here in this diagram, I have shown ridges, valleys, bifurcation and termination by which a fingerprint pattern is formed. Next, please. Then the second one is human iris. So every iris has a different pattern of an individual. So here, these 5 elements make a unique pattern for every eye of a human being. Next. Walking pattern. So every human being walks with his legs. There is nothing new about it. But here the change is that biometric sensors recognizes an individual by the pressure he put on his foot, the angle he made between his thigh, knee and ankle.
5 minutes are over, beta. Wind up, no? Conclude.
Yes,
come to conclusions.
Here are some real-world applications of automation and security, like in network security, phishing defense, physical security, where we have surveillance camera. Next, please. So automation for security can be sustainable or not. So it's crucial to strike a balance between the benefits of automated security, and its impact on nature. So here I have some points to consider, like use of renewable sources, talking about ecosystem impact, environment-friendly technologies, etc. So by integrating eco-friendly practices and fostering a commitment to the environmental responsibility, the adoption of automation for security measures can align more closely with the principles of sustainability with nature and the respect for nature. So with that note, I end my presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, code number 6. Now I'd like to invite code number 7. Code number 7. It's Dr. Jayashree Singh.
Respected Chairperson and the team of this conference, I'm thankful that you have given me this opportunity and to upgrade my skills also by hearing and listening and paying attention to the new ideas that has been generated to understand AI and computer-based technology. My paper talks about the theme Digital Audit in Higher Education, a path to digital university. Why I'm talking about the university here? Because we are all conducting a conference which is a part of a LMS. LMS means we are already leveraged with a certain kind of a business and enterprise, and that enterprise deals with a lot of human resource and lot of technology that is being added to equip this human resource. And this human resource, when comes under LMS, so naturally it has to be sound with knowledge and technology. And therefore, when we are sound, there is a lot of algorithm involved. And algorithm means that a lot of data of each and every profile that is being used as a human resource in this institute to run the business of this industry of education. Therefore, we have to understand that how we are leading to this kind of a university business where students and the teachers and all administration is to undergo some kind of digital auditing. Now, what do you mean by digital auditing? Means that every individual of this industry, of this university, or of this enterprise is somewhere being assessed. And when every profile is under assessment, that means we all have our certain kind of KYCs. And when we are following up the rules of KYCs means we are basically stamping upon our accreditation of our profiles. Now, when this same logic or model is applied on the system of, NAAC accreditation and assessment, there also you have to understand that how a small little profile which you have built through in your journey of academics and in your business and in your enterprise is going to contribute to a certain kind of, recognition and appreciation in the world of algorithms, in the world of operative analytics, in the world of LMS. Now, I will just like to say that, see, when we create our domain or identity as a university, you have to understand that we have to be very conscious about a sustainable image. Now, what do you mean by sustainable image? Because universities always enrolling one after the other, one generation to another generation, and it is continuously an ongoing process to run the educational unit. So means the educational unit is always youthful. Only the employees who get retired or they get superannuated in some way, they just go away and they think that they have left their legacy. But it's not a pattern of legacy in AI system. Now here I want to say that suppose there are so many existing academic institutions, they are all publicizing their own identity in the academic world. And to enter that space, either as a person or as a brand or as an asset, one needs to find in that rat race one's iconic image, one's sustainable image. And due to that sustainable iconic image, you need inclusive and exclusive account on the digital platform, that is a website, to show what is already a possession, to create a canvas for increasing the user's experience. Now, who are users here? Our students are users, even our peers are users, who keep on tracking your profile to understand or to review that what kind of cutting edge as a competitor you are giving to them. So you have to draw a picture of effective navigator amongst the available resources and sources of the academic concerns. Next is that you have to optimize your whatever network that you have created through your social media presence or through your digital space. Now here I would like to say that when doing the same on trial basis, that is through free digital space, it's a big question mark that generally we all try to occupy free digital space without getting our credit card links. So you must be careful in that sense that you are not infringing upon Creative Commons or Creative Commonality. That is to be the limit of digital ethics. Otherwise, creative process is at risk of being in scrutiny because you unknowingly or knowingly click to some kind of post and share, and you don't know that what kind of penalty you have to pay for infringing the code and conventions.
Kindly conclude.
Last is, you have to understand that what are your digital goals. You have to filter your digital goals and objectives. Generally, for every profile or for brand, a certain specific culture works online at the background. We all carry a certain kind of background when we open an account or log in an account or sign up an account. That is good to foreground one's specifiers and specialization. But gradually, the agency of one's brand needs upskilling. And so it means the root culture that you place at the very beginning of your startup, it has, of course, a digital space, but its structure and methodology needs a lot of progress and upskilling, and it interprets not only your personal but professional means you may say development that you have done. So you have to be pragmatic and progressive, and you have to keep in mind some key components. That is, you are not only assessing your own profile, but other performers. You are listing competitors in your notebook, that who are your competitors in your institution or in your enterprise. Then you have to examine your data. You have to create a checklist to follow up. And last but the least, you have to have a kind of, self-propelling attitude, that you have to move beyond recommendations so that you can learn more and more knowledge, just as we are attending multidisciplinary conference here and cooperating as colleagues to get it to the success. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I'd like to invite Sir for closing comments.
Can I just do it from here, or I should come there? Okay. So, first of all, thank you so much to Professor Vivek sir who invited me here. I really enjoyed 2 days here. I mean, there were some good presentations, and though they were different from my stream, I learned. In fact, some of them were so nice that even I had like conceptual understanding, because I can grasp the math, not probably all the things, but sure, wherever it's physics, maths, computer science. Apart from that, even in today's session, there were good presentations, like, for example, about the security automation and so on. But we should also consider the risk they pose in case if there is some data leakage or something like that. For example, if you have, fingerprints of millions of people, if they are leaked, what could happen? And yeah, there was one about like Six Sigma and so on. So that concepts are really good. They need to be digested well and probably, proceed with that. At the same time, I thank to all the organizing committee, the IT team, the people who helped me and to move around. And I think I met with a lot of people. They were very nice, very friendly, very welcoming. So that was the most important part. I think, like, I have been to many places, but this was a kind of most welcoming place. So thank you so much again to the entire university.
Such pleasing words, for your such pleasing words. And with that, we come to the end of this technical session. I thank you all for having spared your precious moments with us. We're going to soon start with the valedictory program, and let's wait for that. It's going to start at 4 p.m. Thank you.
pen drive can contact Hari Om sir. Thank you.
A very warm welcome to all the dignitaries. I request all dignitaries to take seat on the dais. Let's all of us give a big round of applause as a welcome note. On the dais, we have with us Professor Keshav Singh Thakur Sahab, Vice Chancellor, Govind Guru Tribal University, Banswara. Professor S.S. Sarangdevod Sahab, Honorable Chairperson, Bhopal Nobles University. Dr. Mahant Singh Rathore Sir, Honorable President, Bhopal Nobles University. Shri Mohabbat Singh Rathore Sahab, Registrar, Bhopal Nobles University. Shri Shakti Singh Ji Ranawat, Finance Secretary, Vidya Pracharani Sabha. Dr. Renu Rathore, Dean Faculty of Science. Dr. Vivek Chaplot, Head Department of Computer Science and Application, and Dr. Rajni Arora, Director, Faculty of Management. On the valedictory function of the International Conference, Sustainable Development in Information Technology and Management, to commemorate the 101 year of excellence that the BN Institute holds, we are here for the valedictory function. I welcome you all. We start our valedictory ceremony with a tribute to Ma Saraswati. I request the esteemed dais to lamp a light in front of Ma Saraswati and take blessings for the on-growth of BN Sansthan. Also request playing of Saraswati Vandana along with it.
Saraswati Mahabhadra, Mahamaya Varaprada, Shriprada Padma Nilaya, Padmakshi Padma Bhakraka, Shivanuja Pustakabhrat, Jnana Mudra Ramapara, Kamarupa Mahavidya, Mahapataka Nashini.
Thank you. I request all of you to please stand up for Sanstha Geet and request the playing of the same. Thank you, everyone. Welcome is an expression of joyous feeling of having someone with you. मेवाड़ की इसी परंपरा को निभाते हुए मैं अनुरोध करूंगी प्रोफेसर एस.एस. सारंगदेवोत साहब, ऑनरेबल चेयरपर्सन भोपाल नोबल्स यूनिवर्सिटी से, कि आप हमारे आज के मुख्य अतिथि महोदय प्रोफेसर केशव सिंह ठाकुर साहब, वाइस चांसलर गोविंद गुरु ट्राइबल यूनिवर्सिटी बांसवाड़ा को पाक धारण करवाकर स्वागत करावें। धन्यवाद। इसी क्रम में अनुरोध करूंगी डॉक्टर महेंद्र सिंह जी राठौर साहब, ऑनरेबल प्रेसिडेंट भोपाल नोबल्स यूनिवर्सिटी को उपरना धारण करवाकर स्वागत करावें। इसी क्रम में अनुरोध करूंगी श्री मोहब्बत सिंह जी राठौर साहब, रजिस्ट्रार भोपाल नोबल्स यूनिवर्सिटी को, कि आप हमारी तरफ से एक स्मृति चिन्ह भेंट करवाकर स्वागत करावें। एवं इसी क्रम में अनुरोध करूंगी श्री शक्ति सिंह जी राणावत साहब, फाइनेंस सेक्रेटरी विद्या प्रचारणी सभा का, आप पुष्पगुच्छ देकर श्रीमन का स्वागत करावें। सभी का धन्यवाद। धन्यवाद महोदय। स्वागत के इसी क्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए अनुरोध है डीन फैकल्टी ऑफ साइंस डॉक्टर रेणु राठौर मैम से कि आप ऑनरेबल चेयरपर्सन भोपाल नोबल्स यूनिवर्सिटी प्रोफेसर एस.एस. सारंगदेवोत साहब को पुष्पगुच्छ भेंट करवाकर स्वागत करावें। अनुरोध है डॉक्टर ऋतु तोमर, एसोसिएट डीन फैकल्टी ऑफ साइंस को, कि आप ऑनरेबल प्रेसिडेंट साहब भोपाल नोबल्स यूनिवर्सिटी डॉक्टर महेंद्र सिंह जी राठौर सर को पुष्पगुच्छ भेंट कराकर स्वागत करावें। डीन पीजी स्टडी भोपाल नोबल्स यूनिवर्सिटी डॉक्टर एस.एस. सिसोदिया साहब से अनुरोध है कि आप ऑनरेबल फाइनेंस सेक्रेटरी साहब विद्या प्रचारणी सभा श्री शक्ति सिंह जी राणावत साहब को पुष्पगुच्छ भेंट कराकर स्वागत करावें। अनुरोध है डॉक्टर प्रियंका शक्तावत, कोऑर्डिनेटर ऑफ द कॉन्फ्रेंस, कि आप श्री मोहब्बत सिंह जी राठौर, रजिस्ट्रार साहब भोपाल नोबल्स यूनिवर्सिटी को पुष्पगुच्छ भेंट कर स्वागत करावें। आप कौन हैं? अनुरोध है डीन फैकल्टी ऑफ फार्मेसी डॉक्टर रुवराज सिंह सारंगदेवोत साहब से कि आप एग्जीक्यूटिव मेंबर श्री नवल सिंह जी चुनावत साहब का उपरना धारण करवाकर स्वागत करावें। अनुरोध है प्रिंसिपल बीएन इंस्टीट्यूट फार्मेसी डॉक्टर चेतन सिंह चौहान सर का, कि आप एग्जीक्यूटिव मेंबर श्री महेंद्र सिंह जी चुनावत साहब का उपरना धारण करवाकर स्वागत करवावें। अनुरोध है डीन फैकल्टी ऑफ लॉ आशुतोष पीतलिया सर का, कि आप डॉक्टर युवराज सिंह जी राठौर, एग्जीक्यूटिव मेंबर विद्या प्रचारणी सभा का उपरना धारण करवाकर स्वागत करवावें। अनुरोध है प्रिंसिपल बीएन गर्ल्स कॉलेज राजसमंद डॉक्टर अपर्णा शर्मा मैम का, कि आप हाउस मेंबर विद्या प्रचारणी सभा श्री दिलीप सिंह जी राठौर साहब का उपरना धारण करवाकर स्वागत करवावें। अनुरोध है डीन पीजी स्टडीज डॉक्टर डी.एस. सिसोदिया साहब का, कि आप आज के चीफ गेस्ट प्रोफेसर केशव सिंह ठाकुर साहब को उपरना धारण करवाकर स्वागत करवावें। अनुरोध है डीन फैकल्टी ऑफ फार्मेसी डॉक्टर युवराज सिंह जी सारंगदेवोत साहब का कि आप ऑनरेबल चेयरपर्सन भोपाल नोबल्स यूनिवर्सिटी प्रोफेसर एस.एस. सारंगदेवोत साहब को उपरना धारण करवाकर स्वागत करवावे। अनुरोध है प्रिंसिपल बीएन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ फार्मेसी डॉक्टर चेतन सिंह चौहान साहब का आप ऑनरेबल प्रेसिडेंट साहब भोपाल नोबल्स यूनिवर्सिटी डॉक्टर महेंद्र सिंह राठौर साहब को उपरना धारण करवाकर स्वागत करवावें। रिक्वेस्ट है डीन फैकल्टी ऑफ लॉ डॉक्टर आशुतोष पीतलिया सर का कि आप ऑनरेबल रजिस्ट्रार साहब भोपाल नोबल्स यूनिवर्सिटी श्री मोहब्बत सिंह जी राठौर साहब का उपरना धारण करवाकर स्वागत करवावें। अनुरोध है प्रिंसिपल बीएन गर्ल्स कॉलेज राजसमंद डॉक्टर अपर्णा शर्मा मैम का कि आप श्री शक्ति सिंह जी राणावत फाइनेंस सेक्रेटरी विद्या प्रचारणी सभा का उपरना धारण करवाकर स्वागत करवावें। सभी का धन्यवाद। Now I request Dr. Khatun Aftab Kathawala, Organizing Secretary of the conference, to give us a welcome address.
Professor Keshav Singh Ji Thakur, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Guru Govind Guru Tribal University, Banswara. Professor Colonel S.S. Sarangdevoth, Honorable Chairperson, Bhopal Nobles University. Dr. Mahendra Singh Rathore, Honorable President, Bhopal Nobles University. Shri Mohabbat Singh Rathore, Registrar, Bhopal Nobles University. Shri Sakti Singh Ji Karohi, Finance Secretary, BN University. Dr. Renu Rathore, Dean, Faculty of Science. Dr. Rajni Rathore, Aurora, Director, Faculty of Management. Dr. Vivek Chaplot, Head, Department of Computer Science and Application, distinguished guests, esteemed members of Vidya Pracharni Sabha, principals, deans, directors, associate deans, head of the departments, my fellow colleagues, and my dear students. On behalf of Bhopal Nobles family, I extend a warm welcome to all of you in the valedictory session of the International Conference 2024 on Sustainable Development in Information Technology and Management. We all know that conferences, seminars, webinars are the life wire of all academics and are the means to connect like-minded people to share their views on a particular theme. These 2 days have brought together intelligent minds from across the globe under one umbrella, and we have had deep insights into several issues related to sustainable development and fruitful discussions to mitigate them and look forward to a bright and promising future. I conclude my note on this hope of optimism and once again welcome all of you to this valedictory session. As Henry Longsworth said, great is the art of beginning, but greater is the art of ending. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. अनुरोध है आदरणीय डॉक्टर महेंद्र सिंह जी राठौर साहब, ऑनरेबल प्रेसिडेंट भोपाल नोबल्स यूनिवर्सिटी से कि आप आशीर्वचन फरमावें।
Sustainable development in information technology and management के इस वैलिडिटी फंक्शन में पधारे हुए ट्राइबल यूनिवर्सिटी बांसवाड़ा के वाइस चांसलर प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर के सिंह ठाकुर साहब, इस संस्थान के वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट एंड चेयरपर्सन प्रोफेसर कर्नल शिव सिंह जी सारंगदेवोत साहब, संस्थान के एमडी ठाकुर साहब मोहब्बत सिंह जी रूपाखेड़ी, संस्थान के फाइनेंस सेक्रेटरी महाराज शक्ति सिंह जी कारोई, इस सेमिनार और इस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की हेड कन्वीनर रजनी अरोड़ा, डीन कॉलेजेस रेनू राठौड़, सारंग देवोत साहब, चेतन सिंह जी, सिसोदिया साहब, विवेक चपलोत और मैनेजमेंट और विद्या प्रचारणी सभा के सदस्य नवल सिंह साहब, महेंद्र सिंह जी पाखंड, दिलीप सिंह जी दुदोड़, युवराज सिंह जी बेमला। आज इस वैलिडिटी फंक्शन के पहले मैं मैडम अरोड़ा से कह रहा था, व्हाट यू हैव कंक्लूडेड फ्रॉम दिस इंटरनेशनल सेमिनार। तो उन्होंने कहा कि साहब 3 दिन बाद हम उसको कंपाइल करेंगे और कंपाइल करने के बाद जितने करीब 150 पेपर लोगों ने भेजे हैं और 70 पेपर इसमें पढ़े गए हैं। इस बात की मैं ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी को बधाई देता हूं, धन्यवाद देता हूं कि आप लोगों ने एक बहुत ही सुंदर इस सेमिनार का आयोजन किया। आज इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी का ज़माना है और उसको कैसे मैनेज किया जाए, ये हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी बखूबी सब लोगों को समझा रहे हैं। सस्टेनेबल का मतलब है, आप सब जानते हैं, सब बुद्धिमान हैं, चिरकाल तक रहने वाला। ऐसी सूचना का मेथड मैनेजमेंट डेवलप करें जो चिरकाल तक सनातन शाश्वत रहे। उस सनातन रहने वाला तो एक ही है जो आप सब जानते हैं और वो सब आप ही हैं। शाश्वत और सनातन आप स्वयं हैं, बाकी आप जिसके अंदर बैठे हैं वो तो आपका मंदिर है। अब इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी का मैनेजमेंट माननीय मोदी जी ने, जब मैं कल सेल्फी ले रहे थे नीचे तो देख रहा था, इनोवेशन एंड रिसर्च। रिसर्च मीन्स आप सब जानते हैं, वन विच एग्जिस्ट बट वी डोंट नो, जो है तो सही लेकिन उसको ढूंढना पड़ेगा। है तो सही, हर चीज विद्यमान है और उसको ढूंढना पड़ेगा, और जब हम ढूंढ लेते हैं तो हमने उसको इन्वेंट कर लिया, वी हैव इन्वेंटेड दैट। तो रिसर्च की बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है देश में, और शायद मोदी जी अभी रिसर्च पे बहुत ज़्यादा जोर इसलिए दे रहे हैं। मैं एक आपको उदाहरण दूंगा, महाराणा प्रताप हल्दीघाटी युद्ध में युद्ध हारे नहीं थे, उनको किसी कारण से कदम पीछे खींचने पड़े। आप सब विद्वान हैं, सबको सब पता है कि पांव पीछे क्यों खींचे। अकबर की फौज में तोप, गोला बारूद सब कुछ था, रिसर्च ज़्यादा थी उसके पास आर्म्स एंड एम्युनिशन ज़्यादा थे। महाराणा प्रताप के पास इतने नहीं थे। आज हमारा देश ग्लोबल लेवल पे 5वें 4थे नंबर पे है। नंबर 1 पे लाने के लिए हमें हमारी फौज को, हमें हमारी टेक्नोलॉजी को इतना सुदृढ़ और मजबूत करना पड़ेगा कि अड़ोसी पड़ोसी कोई आंख उठा के हमारे तरफ देख न सके, और शायद हमारा राष्ट्र उसी ओर अग्रसर है। इस तरह के ऑर्गेनाइजेशन करने से, इस तरह के सेमिनार करने से निश्चित रूप से संवाद होंगे और कुछ न कुछ ऐसा कंक्लूजन निकलेगा जिससे एक मैसेज जाएगा जनता में कि हम लोग भी अपने राष्ट्र को उन्नत बनाने के लिए इसी प्रकार की रिसर्च करें, ताकि हम सुरक्षित रह सके, स्वाभिमान से जी सके। बहुत अधिक वक्त नहीं लेता हुआ, जय हिंद, जय गलंगनाथ, जय मेवाड़।
धन्यवाद सर। धन्यवाद सर। We have with us Honorable Professor K.S. Thakur Sahab, Chief Guest. He is Vice Chancellor of Guru Gobind Singh University, Banswara. I present before you a brief of his accomplishments. He has more than 33 years of experience as Commerce and Management academician and has more than 14 years of intensive experience as professor at Jivaji University, Gwalior. He has been associated with UGC and other academic bodies for major research projects, NET workshops, and as observer in various examinations of national repute like NET, CT, ET, and JEE exams. Additionally, he has been a member of various selection committees of central and state universities, member of State Service Commission of Higher Education, and coordinator of NEC peer team adhering standards of higher education. To his publication list, he has more than 160 research papers published in journals of national and international repute, 18 books published by renowned publishers, 32 dissertations supervised for MPhil, 11 PhD degrees awarded under his supervision. Along with this, he has attended numerous conferences of national and international repute. His administrative experience holds Head School of Commerce and Business Studies at Jivaji University, coordinator of MBA program, chairman, board of studies. I can go on like this, reading it all whole. He has huge experience. We are benefited with his presence today. I request Professor K.S. Thakur Sahab to benefit us with his knowledge and experience.
गुड इवनिंग एवरीबॉडी, शाम की सभी को नमस्ते। ये मेरा सौभाग्य है कि 100 वर्ष से अधिक जो संस्था है उसमें आज मुझे इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के कार्यक्रम में सम्मिलित होने का अवसर मिला। मैं अपने आप को बहुत ही भाग्यशाली ये मानता हूँ कि इस संस्था ने मुझे अवसर दिया, प्रेसिडेंट साहब का और सारंग देव साहब का मैं धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं। मैं अभी जब आया था तो सर से, वीसी सर से मेरी चर्चा हो रही थी। उन्होंने मुझे बतलाया कि संस्था ने 101 वर्ष पूर्ण कर लिए हैं। इतनी प्राचीन संस्था एक वट वृक्ष का रूप धारित कर चुकी है और ना जाने कितने विद्यार्थी इस संस्था से पास आउट होके किन किन जगह पर अपनी सेवाएं भारतवर्ष में और विदेशों में दे रहे होंगे और हमारे भारत देश का और अपनी संस्था का नाम रोशन कर रहे होंगे। संस्था का किसी भी प्रकार का कोई भी आयोजन अपने आप में एक महत्वपूर्ण रहता है। विश्वविद्यालय में एकेडमिक एक्टिविटीज नियमित रूप से यदि संचालित होती हैं तो वह संस्था और विश्वविद्यालय अपने आप को समय समय पर गौरवान्वित महसूस करता है। एकेडमिक एक्टिविटीज, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर्स, टीचर्स और हमारी लाइब्रेरी में जो बुक्स हैं वो हमारी किसी भी संस्था की एसेट्स हैं, संपत्ति हैं। यदि इन संपत्तियों को हम संभाल के रखेंगे तो निश्चित रूप से हमारी संस्था की जो विकास होना चाहिए, जिस गति से विकास होना चाहिए, उस गति से निश्चित रूप से इस प्रकार की संस्थाओं का विकास होता है। इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस या सेमिनार, नेशनल लेवल के वर्कशॉप, ये रिसर्चर को और एक पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट स्टूडेंट्स को एक प्लेटफॉर्म प्रदान करते हैं और वो आते हैं और जो उनमें ज्ञान है उसे वो आपके सम्मुख रखते हैं। एनईपी 2020 की चर्चा हुई। एनईपी 2020 हमारी क्वालिटी रिसर्च और इनोवेशन पर आधारित है, प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज पर आधारित है और अब सभी संस्थाएं क्वालिटी रिसर्च प्रोड्यूस कर रही हैं। ये सब हम सबको मालूम है। एक समय था 25, 30 वर्ष, 40 वर्ष पहले, आप लोग काफी सीनियर बैठे हुए हैं, जिन्होंने अपनी पीएचडी की थीसिस मैन्युअली टाइप कराई होगी, जिनके पास लिटरेचर नहीं था, आज आपको एक क्लिक पर लिटरेचर मिलेगा। जिस भी फील्ड में हम रिसर्च करना चाहते हैं उस फील्ड को आप टाइप करिए और क्लिक करिए, आपके सामने लेटेस्ट इंफॉर्मेशन रहेगी कि इस फील्ड में कहां किस तरह का शोध वर्क हुआ है, क्वालिटी रिसर्च हुई है। अब हमको अपने आप को थोड़ा बदलना है। इस तरह की संस्थाओं में जब हमें कार्य करने का सौभाग्य प्राप्त हुआ है तो ये हम सबका दायित्व है कि हम अपनी संस्था को बहुत ऊंचाई तक ले जाएं। ऊंचाई पर ले जाने के 3 ही तरीके हैं। संस्था का नाम रोशन किस तरह से होगा? एक तो हम इस तरह से विद्यार्थियों को शिक्षा प्रदान करें जो उनके लिए और समाज के लिए बहु उपयोगी होनी चाहिए। इसके लिए हमें अपने नवाचार करने होंगे, अपने पाठ्यक्रम में बदलाव करना होगा। ट्रेडिशनल जो परंपरागत जो विधियां हैं पढ़ाने की, उनको हमें अब पीछे छोड़ना होगा। हमें नवीन प्रयोग करने होंगे, नवीन विधियों का सहयोग लेना होगा, उसके द्वारा हमें शिक्षा प्रदान करनी होगी। जब हम इस तरह से विद्यार्थियों को शिक्षा प्रदान करेंगे तो निश्चित रूप से जो हमारे विद्यार्थी डिग्री लेकर जब बाहर जाएंगे तो निश्चित रूप की आपकी संस्था का नाम रोशन करेंगे और उनका 100% प्लेसमेंट भी होगा, जो हमारे लिए गौरव का विषय होगा, क्योंकि प्लेसमेंट भी आज संस्था का एक पैरामीटर माना जाता है। दूसरा है क्वालिटी रिसर्च। क्वालिटी रिसर्च की जिम्मेदारी शिक्षक और विद्यार्थी की है। क्वालिटी रिसर्च के लिए हमें नए नए टाइटल्स पे काम करने होंगे, नए नए एरिया में हमें काम करना होगा। अब वो जमाना चला गया कि आपने रिसर्च का टाइटल फाइनल कर लिया और अपनी थीसिस सबमिट कर दी। अब तो आपको रिसर्च गैप भी देखना है। अब तो आपको रिसर्च की सिग्निफिकेंस वैल्यू देखनी है, इंपॉर्टेंस देखना है उसका। अब आपको आपकी रिसर्च शोध गंगा पर अपलोड होगी, उसे कई लोग देखेंगे, कई लोग उसका अध्ययन करेंगे, जिससे आपका साइटेशन इंक्रीज होगा। तो अब आपकी रिसर्च आपकी नहीं रही, वो आपके पब्लिक डोमेन में चली गई। तो हमको क्वालिटी रिसर्च पर फोकस करना है और हमें इस तरह की रिसर्च सोसाइटी को देनी है, अपने देश को देनी है, जो केवल एक थीसिस ना रह जाए, उसे लोग पढ़ें और उसे पढ़ के उसका उपयोग करें और उपयोग के उपरांत वो रिसर्च हमारे लिए लाभदायक हो, समाज के लिए उपयोगी हो, देश के लिए उपयोगी हो। हमारी NEP 2020 की भी मूल भावना यही है, क्वालिटी रिसर्च एंड इनोवेशन। साइंस फैकल्टी में हमें नवाचार पर जोर देना चाहिए, नए नए प्रयोग करने चाहिए। हम अपने विद्यार्थियों को वो फैसिलिटीज उपलब्ध कराएं, रॉ मटेरियल उपलब्ध कराएं, जिससे वो अपने अंदर के ज्ञान को नवाचार के रूप में बाहर ला सके। इसके लिए यदि जरूरत पड़े तो संस्था द्वारा वित्तीय सहायता भी दिया जाना चाहिए। मेरे यहाँ इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज के एक टीचर विद्या संबल में काम कर रहे हैं, मिस्टर पंड्या, वो मेरे पास आए। उन्होंने एक रोबोटिक का इंस्ट्रूमेंट तैयार किया है। मैंने समझा, मैंने उनको मोटिवेट किया कि यूनिवर्सिटी आपको फाइनेंशियल एड देगी, आप इस पे आगे काम करिए। तो ये सब हमारा भी दायित्व है कि हम जो विद्यार्थी नवाचार के लिए तैयार हैं उनको हम आगे लाएं, उनको मोटिवेट करें और उनके नवाचार को हम समाज के सामने और देश के सामने लाएं। इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में बताया कि 150 पेपर्स रिसीव हुए हैं, 70 पेपर्स आपके प्रेजेंट हुए हैं आउट ऑफ 150 रिसर्च पेपर्स। 50% बहुत अच्छा है। जितने भी रिसर्च पेपर प्रेजेंट हुए हैं उसकी हम एक कैटेगरी भी बनाएं। ए कैटेगरी के रिसर्च पेपर कौन से हैं, बी कैटेगरी के कौन हैं, सी कैटेगरी के कौन हैं। हम अपने रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स को मोटिवेट करें कि आप पहली बार कॉन्फ्रेंस सेमिनार में पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं तो खाली हाथ ना जाएं, एक रिसर्च पेपर अपना लेके साथ में जाएं। आपको प्रेजेंट करने में प्रॉब्लम है ना, कोई बात नहीं है, आप डाइस पे जाइए, पेपर रीडिंग करिए। पेपर रीडिंग तो कर सकते हैं ना, सामने हमको देखना ही नहीं है, हमारी नजर हमारे पेपर पे 4 पेज पढ़ के आ गए हम, उसको आपने एक प्लेटफॉर्म दिया। कल को वो किसी कॉन्फ्रेंस में जाएगा तो उसकी 50% हिम्मत पहला आपका प्लेटफॉर्म रहेगा। तो जो स्टूडेंट्स, जो रिसर्चर कुछ बतलाना चाहते हैं लेकिन प्लेटफॉर्म पर आना नहीं चाहते, ऐसे विद्यार्थियों को हम सर्च करें और प्लेटफॉर्म तक लाएं, उनको एक मौका दें और जो वो बतलाना चाहते हैं उसको हम सुने। निश्चित रूप से इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में टेक्निकल सेशंस आपने रखे होंगे डिफरेंट सब्जेक्ट्स पे। जो बेस्ट पेपर है आपने किया होगा शायद, जो बेस्ट रिसर्च पेपर है उसे हम अवार्ड दें, बेस्ट रिसर्च पेपर का सर्टिफिकेट दें। फर्स्ट, सेकंड, थर्ड भी हम सिलेक्ट कर सकते हैं। इससे स्टूडेंट की जो रिसर्च है वो फ्यूचर में क्वालिटी रिसर्च की ओर अग्रसर होगा, क्योंकि उसे मालूम है कि मैं जब एक अच्छा रिसर्च पेपर प्रेजेंट करके आऊंगा तो निश्चित रूप से मुझे कुछ ना कुछ प्राइज मिलेगी, मेरा बेस्ट रिसर्च पेपर का मुझे अवार्ड मिल सकता है। तो वो ज्यादा मेहनत करेगा, उसका परिणाम ये होगा कि वो एक अच्छा रिसर्च पेपर आपके सामने प्रेजेंट करेगा। टेक्निकल सेशन में जितने रिसर्च पेपर पब्लिश होते हैं उसकी हमें रिपोर्ट राइटिंग करना जरूरी है सेशन वाइज, और वो वैलिडिक्टरी सेशन में हमें प्रेजेंट करनी है कि फर्स्ट सेशन हमारा इस टाइटल पे था, ये सो हमारे कीनोट स्पीकर थे, इन्होंने इस विषय पर व्याख्यान दिया, इसमें इतने रिसर्च पेपर प्रेजेंट हुए और उनका थोड़ा थोड़ा ब्रीफ आपको देना है। इस पर हम और अधिक फोकस करें। जनरली सभी लोग करते हैं ये सब चीजें, लेकिन हमें अब ज्यादा जरूरत है इन सब चीजों की। मेरी गुजारिश ये और है संस्था से कि जितने रिसर्च पेपर पब्लिश हुए हैं उनको आप शॉर्ट लिस्ट करिए और एक एडिट वॉल्यूम के रूप में आप छापिए। हमारी संस्था के 100 वर्ष पूर्ण हो चुके हैं, इसी के सम्मान में हम अपनी संस्था के लिए एक एडिट बुक इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस की ला सकते हैं। मैडम हैं, मैडम उसे एडिट करें और इस तरह से एक वो हमारी संस्था की एक धरोहर होगी, एसेट्स होगी। इस तरह के हम कार्यक्रम बिल्कुल करते रहें। और मुझे तो बहुत अच्छा लगा कि इतना क्लीन इन्वायरमेंट, इतनी पुरानी संस्था, जब ये संस्था एस्टेब्लिश पूर्वजों ने जब भी की होगी उस समय क्या परिस्थितियां रही होंगी क्या पता किसी को। तो अब इस संस्था को बनाए रखना ये हम सबका कर्तव्य है। अब ये संस्था आप सबकी है, इसे हम ऊंचाइयों पर कैसे ले जाएं, इस बात पे चिंतन होना चाहिए। इसमें नए नए कोर्स हम कौन से खोल सकते हैं उस पर हमें बात होना चाहिए। विद्यार्थियों के प्लेसमेंट पे चर्चा होनी चाहिए, इनोवेशंस पे चर्चा होनी चाहिए। और मुझे उम्मीद है कि आपकी संस्था का जो उद्देश्य है वो निश्चित रूप से दिनों दिन विकास की ओर अग्रसर रहेगा। और आपसे भी अपेक्षा है कि आप भी अपनी संस्था के लिए जो आपको मेहनत करनी चाहिए उसकी उद्देश्य की पूर्ति में आप भी अपना पूर्ण सहयोग प्रदान करेंगे। आपने मुझे बुलाया, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत, नमस्कार।
आपके मार्गदर्शी एवं प्रोत्साहनीय उद्बोधन के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद महोदय। I request Professor Colonel S.S. Sarandewat Saab, Honorable Chairperson, Bhopal Nobles University, for his kind words and blessings.
इस 2 दिवसीय इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के आज समापन समारोह में हमारे बीच बांसवाड़ा गोविंद गुरु ट्राइबल यूनिवर्सिटी के ऑनरेबल वाइस चांसलर प्रोफेसर के.एस. ठाकुर साहब, जो हमारे चीफ गेस्ट के रूप में आपने अपना उद्बोधन दिया। आप कॉमर्स और मैनेजमेंट के बहुत ही ख्यातनाम प्रोफेसर हैं। बहुत ही सहज सरल स्वभाव आपका, पूरे एजुकेशन फर्टर्निटी के लिए हमेशा तत्पर रहते हैं। मेरे शॉर्ट नोटिस पे आप पधारे, मैं आपका बहुत ही साधुवाद अर्पित करता हूं। हमारे विश्वविद्यालय के प्रेसिडेंट रेस्पेक्टेड प्रोफेसर महेंद्र सिंह जी आगरिया, आपने जो इस संस्थान को सेवा दी है वो हमेशा यादगार रहेगी। बहुत बड़ा अवदान आपका इस भोपाल नोबल संस्थान के लिए है। आप हमारे अग्रज हैं और बहुत ही ऊर्जा के साथ इस संस्थान को नए पायदान के लाने के लिए तत्पर हैं। हमारे मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर और विश्वविद्यालय के रजिस्ट्रार श्रीयुत मोहम्मद सिंह जी राठौड़ साहब, विगत 6-7 वर्षों से बहुत ही आप इस संस्थान को आगे बढ़ाने में लगे हुए हैं। आपके पिताश्री का कीर्तिशेष ठाकुर गोमान सिंह जी का बहुत बड़ा अवदान इस संस्थान के एक नींव के पत्थर के रूप में रहा है। हमारे फाइनेंस सेक्रेटरी शक्ति सिंह जी कारोई साहब, जो हम संस्था गीत आज दोहराते हैं, गाते हैं, उसमें आपके पिताश्री के लिखित ये हमेशा हमें प्रेरणा देता है। बहुत ही सुंदर गीत उन्होंने लिखा। हमारे इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के डीन, डायरेक्टर, संस्थान के सभी विश्वविद्यालय की अधिकृतियां, हमारे विद्या प्रचारण सभा के आजीवन सदस्य और एग्जीक्यूटिव मेंबर्स, डॉक्टर नवल सिंह जी, महेंद्र सिंह जी, डॉक्टर युवराज सिंह जी, दिलीप सिंह जी, सभी हमारे प्रबुद्धजन विद्वान साथियों, हमारे प्रेसिडेंट साहब ने बहुत अच्छी बात बताई कि रिसर्च और इनोवेशन, कल आप एक बहुत ही मजाक में सबसे पूछ रहे थे कि रिसर्च क्या है, इनोवेशन क्या है, तो बहुत ही एक सारगर्भित प्रश्न था। बातें बहुत ही छोटी होती हैं, लेकिन जब हमें अनायास कोई कहे कि इसको डिफाइन करना हो तो बड़ा मुश्किल हो जाता है। तो आपने एक बहुत अच्छी बात बताई कि इतनी 2 दिन की कॉन्फ्रेंस में घर के लोग हैं, मैं थोड़ा कुछ चीज़ कहनी है तो मेरे ख्याल से किसी स्टेज से कहने में ज़्यादा अच्छी तरह से नेक्स्ट टाइम क्रियान्वित होती हैं। देखिए, आप 2 दिन की कॉन्फ्रेंस में हैं तो आपको आज पूरी रिपोर्ट आपको बतानी थी। आज जो मेहमान हैं, हम कल यहाँ विद्यमान थे, अब लास्ट ड्यूरिंग 2 डेज किसने क्या कहा, क्या हुआ, आज हमें पता नहीं है। तो ये आगे से जो भी हम कॉन्फ्रेंसेस करें तो हमारा पूरा एक सिस्टम होना चाहिए कि एक प्रतिवेदन हमें प्रस्तुत करना चाहिए, और जिनमें ख्यातनाम लोगों ने जो जो कोटेड किए हैं, जो जो अपनी रिसर्च के माध्यम से, पेपर्स के माध्यम से जिन्होंने आउटस्टैंडिंग आउटपुट्स दिए हैं, वो हमें यहाँ अंकित करना बहुत जरूरी है। क्योंकि आज की जो गैदरिंग है, हो सकता है कि 80% वही हो, लेकिन जो 20% नए लोग आए हैं उनके लिए बहुत ही सारगर चीजें सामने होनी चाहिए। हमारे ठाकुर साहब ने बहुत ही अच्छी तरह से NEP 2020 की बात करी। आपका आग्रह है कि रिसर्च एंड इनोवेशन के साथ न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी को हमें अपनाना है। मैं सर से निवेदन कर रहा हूं कि हम बहुत जल्दी हमारे विश्वविद्यालय में R&D सेल बना रहे हैं, जिसमें हमारी साइंस और फार्मेसी की बहुत बड़ी लैब होगी, और एक ट्रू सेंस में जो ओरिजिनल रिसर्च होनी चाहिए वो हम करने का प्रयास करेंगे। आपने रिसर्च के बारे में बताया है कि रिसर्च को हम पहले कितना हल्का लेते थे। हमने जो कुछ किया उस विश्वविद्यालय में लाइब्रेरी में पड़ी रहती थी, लाइब्रेरी में गिने चुने लोग आते थे, उस रिसर्च को पढ़ते थे। लेकिन वर्तमान में जो रिसर्च आप करते हैं, आपकी पूरी रिसर्च आपकी ग्लोबली देखी जाती है, देश दुनिया के लोग देखते हैं। हमें याद है कि जब कोविड-19 पैंडेमिक में जब हम वीडियो बना के डालते थे तो हम कितनी बार वीडियो को वापस देखते थे, खुद देखते लगता कि नहीं ये गड़बड़ हो गया। तो वैसी बात है कि जब हम जो काम कर रहे हैं, हम जो काम करवा रहे हैं, क्योंकि हर रिसर्च में उस स्कॉलर के साथ साथ आपका नाम भी है, तो हमें बहुत ही बारीकी से देखना है कि काम बहुत ही रिसर्च, एक्चुअल रिसर्च हो। रिसर्च के मायने जिस पर्पस से रिसर्च की जाती हैं वो उद्देश्य पूरा हो। पूरे वर्ल्ड में हमारी क्वांटिटी में रिसर्च सबसे ज्यादा है, लेकिन भारत का जो कंट्रीब्यूशन है वो केवल 3 to 4% है। तो क्वांटिटी से अब काम नहीं चलेगा, हमें क्वालिटी पे जाना है। और जैसा कि ठाकुर साहब ने बताया है कि NEP 2020 में क्वालिटी एजुकेशन और क्वालिटी रिसर्च की बात कही गई है, तो वो हमें अपनानी है। आप सभी बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं। विषय थोड़ा सा मैं 5-7 मिनट बात इस पे करना चाहूंगा। विषय बहुत ही अच्छा था, लेकिन विषय इतना विस्तृत था कि इसको जो वक्ता जिस तरह चाहे उस तरह मोड़ सकता है, और हर एक का अपना उद्बोधन उसको सटीक और अपने हिसाब से सही था। लेकिन मेरा ऐसा मानना है कि जब सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट की बात आती है तो कहीं न कहीं हमें यूनाइटेड नेशंस के जो 17th गोल हैं उसको फोकस करना बहुत जरूरी है। और पिछले 20-25 वर्षों से ये जो फोकस स्पेशली किया जा रहा है, उसके पीछे एक ही कारण है कि जो हमारी भविष्य की जो पीढ़ियां हैं, उनकी जो जरूरतें हैं, उनकी जरूरतों को अनदेखी किए बिना वर्तमान में अपनी जरूरतों को कैसे पूरा करें, और इन दोनों में जो कोऑर्डिनेशन, जो सामंजस्य बने और वैसा विकास हो, वही आपका सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट, जिसको सतत विकास कहते हैं। अब देखिए, आप अभी हमारा जो विषय रहा कि सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट इन इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी एंड मैनेजमेंट, तो आप सभी ने जो टेक्निकल सेशन हुए उसमें अपनी, क्योंकि 2 विषय इसमें समाहित हैं। पहला विषय है कि आपका इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी को हम किस तरह से यूज करें, और दूसरा इसके साथ ये जोड़ सकते हैं कि इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी को हम मैनेज कैसे करें, क्योंकि मैनेजमेंट का काम है कि हम अच्छे मैनेजर्स बनाएं जो चीजों को ढंग से टैकल करें। और अभी जो हम आंकड़े देखते हैं, या कह सकते हैं कि कल भी मैंने आपको बताया था कि जब हम सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट की बात करते हैं तो 3 से 4 पिलर्स इसके बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण हैं, जो आपने भी 2 दिन में पढ़े होंगे। और उसमें है, सबसे पहले हम ह्यूमन की बात करेंगे, हम सोशल एस्पेक्ट बहुत जरूरी है। ये सभ्यता संस्कृति एक दिन में नहीं बनी, बहुत लंबे समय से बनी, तो इसको हम डिस्ट्रॉय नहीं कर सकते हैं। और साथ ही इन सभी के लिए सबसे बड़ा काम है कि हमें इकोनॉमिकली रूप से बहुत ही समृद्ध होना बहुत जरूरी है, लेकिन साथ में यह भी है कि हम एनवायरमेंट सिस्टम को नहीं बिगाड़ें। तो इन 4 पिलर पे पूरा जो प्रॉफिट, पीपल एंड प्लेनेट्स पे जो बात करी है, उस आधार पे देखें तो सबसे बड़ी बात यह आ रही है कि आप और हम सभी विकास की जो बात कर रहे हैं वो एक प्रकृति और जीवित प्राणियों के बीच समग्र संतुलन के साथ परमात्मा का प्रतिबिंब, जो हमारे प्रेसिडेंट साहब अक्सर इस बात को दोहराते हैं कि जो कुछ है, सनातन की बात बताई आपने, सनातन का जो चीज है सही है, शाश्वत है, लेकिन ये चीजें शाश्वत कैसे बनी रहे, उस विषय पे ये हमारा पूरा कॉन्फ्रेंस था। अब आप देखिए कि यदि हम एसडी की बात करते हैं तो मैं थोड़ा सा इस थ्योरी पे इसमें आ रहा हूं कि ये एक बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट विषय है और ये हमारे इस वर्ष की पहली इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस है। और जैसा कि हमारे ठाकुर साहब ने बताया है कि हमें इसकी पूरी एक प्रोसीडिंग निकालनी है, सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट इन प्रेजेंट एरा, कंट्रीब्यूशन टुवर्ड्स इंडिया ने क्या किया, इस पे मेरे ख्याल से एक अच्छा टाइटल बना के इस किताब को निकालें। और जिन लोगों के आपके कॉन्फ्रेंस पेपर्स आए हैं, यदि इसमें इसका पूरा रिव्यू कराएं और छोटा मोटा उसमें कुछ चेंज करना हो तो 1 महीना लगे, 1.5 महीने लगे, लेकिन 2 महीने बाद एक अच्छी बुक निकले, तो मेरे ख्याल से जिस पर्पज से हमने इसको किया है वो पर्पज पूरे होंगे। और साथ ही एक अच्छा मैसेज और अच्छी एक जो हमारा आउटपुट आया है वो समाज के सामने, हमारी पूरी एक फर्टेनिटी के सामने जाएगा। और चूंकि हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर इस सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट में बहुत बड़ा काम कर रहे हैं, अभी मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा कि हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने अपनी अध्यक्षता में 19 अप्रैल 2023 को 2023-24 से 2030-31 तक 6,003.65 करोड़ की एक पूरी लागत के साथ राष्ट्रीय क्वांटम मिशन का मंजूरी दी है। अब जो डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है बहुत ही एडवांस होने जा रहा है और इन सभी के माध्यम से जो हमारे सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स अचीव किए जाएंगे वो आसानी से अचीव किए जाएंगे। और यूनाइटेड नेशन का जो 2030 तक जो हमें जीरो पॉल्यूशन पे लाने की जो बात है, इन्वायरमेंट को कंट्रोल करने की बात है, भारत सबसे ज्यादा तीव्र गति से इसमें पॉजिटिव चल रहा है। तो ये मानवता को बचाने के लिए बहुत बड़ी बात है। आप देखिए कि अगर हम बात करते हैं आईटी की, तो सभी कल उद्घाटन समारोह में ये बात हुई थी कि हम हमारी ऊर्जा का सही प्रबंधन कैसे करें, और उस प्रबंधन का जो माध्यम है वो हमारे हैं स्थायी व सुरक्षित ऊर्जा का उपयोग कैसे करें। और उसके लिए आपको सौर ऊर्जा, जल संग्रहण और ऊर्जा संवर्धक, ये सभी बातें आपको करनी है। तो इसके लिए सबसे बड़ी चीज है कि जो हमारा प्रॉब्लम्स क्या आ रही हैं, कल मैंने आपको बताया था कि जो प्रतिदिन 160,000 लैपटॉप्स और कंप्यूटर जो आपका डिस्पोजल हो रहे हैं और वो हम उसको वापस उतनी ही अच्छी कॉन्फ़िगरेशन के साथ ले सकते हैं, तो सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम्स आ रही ई वेस्ट की। आप देखिए कि समुद्र में इंग्लैंड जैसे बड़े देशों की ऐसे बड़ी आकृतियां बनी हैं और जो हमारा इकोसिस्टम पूरा डिस्टर्ब हो रहा है। तो हम कहीं न कहीं हमारे जो ये ई वेस्ट की प्रॉब्लम्स हैं इसको हम सोल्व कर सकते हैं और कम से कम 70% जो हमारी जो कार्बन इमिशन है उसको कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं। आप देखिए कि एक डेटा मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का भी हमारा बहुत बड़ा रोल सामने आ रहा है और सभी को इसको अपनाना है। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के हिसाब से हम 79% जो हमारे सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल 17 हैं उनको हम अचीव कर सकते हैं और इससे ग्रीन हाउस गैस का जो एमिशन है वो कम से कम आपका 4% कम हो सकता है। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि हमारी जो ग्लोबल जीडीपी है उसको हम 5 ट्रिलियन यूएस डॉलर से इंक्रीज कर सकते हैं और साथ ही 38.2 मिलियन न्यू जॉब क्रिएट कर सकते हैं बाय 2030। तो ये विषय बड़ा सहज नहीं था, बहुत बड़ा विषय था। मेरे ख्याल से जब कंप्यूटर साइंस के जो जितने भी पेपर्स आए होंगे उसमें ये सभी जिक्र हुआ होगा। ग्रीन कंप्यूटिंग का बहुत बड़ा रोल अब फ्यूचर में होने जा रहा है। उसको आप देख सकते हैं कि हम किस तरह से हमारी जो ऑप्टिमाइजिंग रिसोर्सेज हैं उसका यूटिलाइजेशन करें। एक बहुत बड़ी कंसेप्ट है इंटरनेट ऑफ थिंग्स हैं जो एग्रीकल्चर में एक बहुत बड़ा डेटा मैं आपके सामने बताना चाहूंगा कि क्रॉप यील्ड्स में बाई अप टू 70% रिड्यूस वाटर कंजम्पशन हो सकता है आपका। तो आप देखिए कि क्रॉप में आप 70% बढ़ा सकते हैं, अप कर सकते हैं और वाटर कंजम्पशन 90% अभी जो वाटर कंजम्पशन उसका कम कर सकते हैं यदि आप इंटरनेट ऑफ थिंग को अप्लाई करते हैं। तो ऐसी बहुत सी चीजें हैं, समय अभाव में नहीं कहना चाह रहा हूं, लेकिन मेरा ऐसा मानना है कि ये बहुत ही एक सफल कॉन्फ्रेंस रही। सभी ने, पूरे विश्वविद्यालय के सभी लोगों ने, सभी हमारी निष्णात फैकल्टी ने पूरे मन के साथ, भाव के साथ, योग के साथ इसको सफल बनाने का प्रयास किया। मैं आशा करता हूं कि इस वर्ष हम एक पूरे इस शहर में जितने भी विश्वविद्यालय हैं उनसे ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हम कॉन्फ्रेंसेस करें। कॉन्फ्रेंसेस कितनी करें ये मायना नहीं रखता है, लेकिन जो हमारे आउटपुट होने चाहिए, जो हम चाहते हैं कि जिससे से रिसर्च पेपर्स आने चाहिए और उनको हम ऑन रिकॉर्ड्स लाके हमारी बाकी विश्वविद्यालय भेजें, हम सरकार को भेजें। किसी बहुत ही एक जो आपका प्रेजेंट जितने भी इश्यूज हैं उस पर ऐसे विषय को लेके हम कुछ करेंगे तो मेरे ख्याल से हमारा ये जो अध्ययन है पूरा, हम जो इस डायरेक्शन में चल रहे हैं वो सारगर्भित होगा। केवल नाम के हिसाब से हम काम करेंगे तो वो काम तो कहलाएगा लेकिन उसकी हमें प्रशंसा, उसकी प्रसिद्धि नहीं मिलेगी। मैं एक बार पुनः हमारे पूरे विश्वविद्यालय के सभी प्रशासन का बहुत ही, मैं जितनी उनकी तारीफ की उतनी कम है, क्योंकि किसी कॉन्फ्रेंस को करने के लिए बहुत सी चीज़ें इन्वॉल्व होती हैं, फाइनेंस भी होता है। और ठाकुर साहब को बताना चाहूँगा कि हमारे इस विश्वविद्यालय में हम किसी तरह से सरकार से कोई हमें एड नहीं मिलती है। जो कुछ संशोधन आप देख रहे हैं ये हमारे स्वयं के निर्मित हैं और इसका श्रेय हमारे प्रशासन और फैकल्टी को देना चाहूँगा। एक बार पुनः आप सभी का स्वागत, वंदन, और आशा करता हूँ कि बहुत ही जल्दी एक नई कॉन्फ्रेंस से पुनः मिलें। थैंक यू, जय हिंद।
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your kind words and directions you have provided us. Now is the time to distribute the best prize for the various competitions. I request dignitaries on the dais to kindly felicitate winners of the presenters in the conference. I request all the dignitaries. We have 5 winners, of which one is not present to take away the prize. Rest I'm calling on. For best poster presentation in management, Ms. Ritika Rathore has stood first. Ms. Ritika Rathore for best poster presentation in management. जी सर. For best oral presentation in management, Ms. Priyanka Goswami. Next, best oral presentation in IT, Mr. Govinda Patil. For best poster presentation in IT, Ms. Priya Sharma. Mr. Naresh Mali is another presenter who is not present with us, but his poster also was the best poster in IT. Sir, I'm sorry, I do not have the details.
He is a scholar. He's a scholar of computer science and technology department, and he presented his paper online. He presented his poster online, so he is not available. Sir, he presented his poster online, so that's why he is not here.
So his guide is Dr. Rajesh Shani, sir. Under his guidance, he had made the poster. Thank you all of you. Priya Sharma, best poster in IT. Thank you all of you. Thank you so much, sir and ma'am. Now I invite Dr. Shubhi Thakur, Organizing Secretary of the conference, to present vote of thanks.
A very humble good evening to one and all present here. Very rightly said by someone, if you want to find happiness, find gratitude. So I, on behalf of both the organizing departments and faculties, feel extremely joyous, honored, and privileged to extend a vote of thanks at the conclusion of this extraordinary international conference. I am filled with gratitude for the collective efforts that have brought us together. Thank you, God, Lord Almighty, Ekling Nath, for blessing us throughout. Thank you for all that we have and all that is yet to come. I extend my sincere thanks to our distinguished speakers, esteemed delegates, generous sponsors, and dedicated volunteers. Our journey through these days have been a symphony of diverse ideas. Special thanks to our chief guest, Honorable Vice Chancellor GGTU, Professor Keshav Singh Ji Thakur, for gracing the occasion and taking out time for us. Sincerest thanks to trailblazing charismatic visionaries of the Institute, Honorable Chairperson, Professor Colonel Shiv Singh Ji Sarangdeot, Honorable President Dr. Mahendra Singh Ji Rathod, Honorable Registrar Shri Mohabbat Singh Ji Rathod, Finance Secretary Shri Shakti Singh Ji Karohi, and all the executive members. Your guidance and mentorship have brought us here today. Thank you for standing with us through late and chilly evenings and guiding us. Special appreciation goes to all of our keynote speakers, Professor Dinesh Kumar Sharma from USA, Professor Ram Prahlad Chaudhary, Calcutta, Professor K.A. Goyal from Jodhpur, Dr. Jagdish Chandra Vyas, Dr. Moray Woods from Australia. Gratitude also to all the deans, principals, directors, and heads of various departments for motivating us throughout. I would like to express deep gratitude to our sponsors whose unwavering support has been instrumental in making this conference a reality. A heartfelt thanks to all the members of the organizing committees and student volunteers who worked tirelessly to ensure the seamless flow of events. Your dedication has been the backbone of this conference success. As we part ways, let us carry the spirit of collaboration forward, fostering innovation and progress in our respective fields. आभासों का संगम, ज्ञान का संचार, समर्थन का सिलसिला, आपका है आभार। आशा है और भी होगी ऐसी मिलनसरी, इस साझेदारी को बढ़ावा जिसने हमारी दुनिया में रंगत भर दी। नतमस्तक, धन्यवाद।
आप सभी से अनुरोध है A special felicitation goes to Dr. Jagdish Chandra Vyas sir, Senior Researcher, King Abdullah University, Saudi Arabia. Congratulations, sir. For a group photograph, I request audience to come up near the... I request all of you to please stand up for Rashtragan.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
I request all deans and faculty members for a group photograph. Kindly come along the dais. Everyone, all present in the hall are requested to come near the dais for a group photograph.
All present here in the seminar hall are requested to come forward for a group photograph. All are requested to come forward.
Students are also asked to join us.
All respected members of Vidya Prachani Sabha are also requested to please join us.
I request the organizing committee